Test, test. This is me testing. Test, 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 test.
Oh, there's a buzz in the air today. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are now live, so I would like to get this meeting underway. And on that note, Clerk Trenum, could you please confirm that quorum is present?
Yes, Mayor Horvath, quorum is present.
Thank you very much. And that is because we have Councillor Ted McMeekin, Councillor Esther Pauls, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Tom Jackson, Councillor Craig Kassar, Councillor Matt Francis, Councillor Tammy Wang, Councillor Mark Taddison, Councillor Narinder Nan, Councillor Beatty, Jeff Beatty, Councillor Cameron Kretsch, Councillor Rod Clark, and Councillor Maureen Wilson, all around this horseshoe with us, as well as Councillor Cooper, our staff and leadership team, a number of other folks who are here, and I forgot to wear a certain jacket that I was given last year, and it was in my head to wear it. We'll talk about that later. Anyways, welcome everyone. It's a very exciting day, and I'm a little bit kind of energetic because we had the opening of the Coliseum last night for the dry run, if you want to call it that. And it was, just so you know, it was fantastic. So those of you who were able to be there, it was wonderful. And those of you who weren't, I'm sure you'll have an opportunity at some point. But thank you all for not only staff and councillors and so many different people that were asked to kind of help with the figuring out what the bugs might have been through this process. And so it was a community-wide event in terms of the participation. It was quite wonderful. And so as we do have quorum this morning for the meeting, I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask folks to please stand for the national anthem. Thanks, everyone. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members are reminded that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. Members are also reminded of the 5-minute time limit when asking questions. The 5-minute time limit that is in our procedural bylaws, Councillor Jackson. Just want to make sure that you're aware. And or making statements that no member of council shall speak more than once on any matter at a council meeting without passing a motion to do so. We are now on to the approval of the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda, Clerk Trenum?
No, I'm not aware of any, as presented, Mayor.
Thanks very much. May I have a motion then to approve the agenda as presented? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Beatty. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thanks very much. We're now on to declarations of interest. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest for today's meeting? Councillor Clark and then Councillor Maureen Wilson. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. It would be General Issues Committee meeting items number 9.1, 9.2, dealing with the GFL landfill in Upper Stony Creek. I live well within the 3 kilometers, so I am required to declare a non-disqualifying interest in both items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. It pertains to the GIC minutes. It's a non-disqualifying interest. It pertains to the delegation that we enjoyed from the Canadian Alliance for Transit-Connected Housing, CATCH, and it also pertains to another non-disqualifying interest on the Housing Sustainability Investment Roadmap, which also referenced that, which also referenced CATCH. My husband is an advisor to that nonprofit board.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. Can you remind me of the items again, like what number? Oh, I'm sorry, maybe the clerk can do that, just so that I have it on my record. 6.4B?
8.8.
6.4B and 8.8. Thank you very much.
And just to confirm, through you, Mayor, those were non-disqualifying.
Non-disqualifying.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate that. And are there any other interests to be declared? Councillor Francis, please go ahead.
Yes, on the same item as Councillor Clark, on the GIC minutes pertaining to the GFL landfill, as I also live within the 3 kilometer radius, and that is a non-disqualifying interest. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Francis. I have those all in written down. We'll see if I remember them when the time comes. Appreciate that. We're now on to ceremonial activities. And as we know, non-disqualifying interest, sorry, just to go back, will mean that those members can participate impartially in the decision-making process related to the matter. And so we appreciate that your declaration has been provided. So 2025 International Children's Games 4.1. The International Children's Games, ICG, has stood as a symbol of unity, friendship, and youthful sportsmanship since 1968. Founded in Slovenia, these games have blossomed into a global phenomenon, bridging cultures and promoting understanding among children aged 12 to 15 years old from more than 600 cities and over 100 countries. Through both summer and winter games, the ICG fosters a spirit of competition and camaraderie that resonates with young athletes and spectators alike. I am so very proud that Hamilton has been a significant part of continuing this meaningful legacy of connection and celebration, and grateful to our Hamilton athletes and coaches for their role in making Hamilton shine while competing abroad. Our very own Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls has attended these games as an ambassador for Hamilton for several years now and was in Tallinn, Estonia, this summer. She's a tireless advocate for engagement in sports, especially for area youth. So she brings to her ambassadorship not only her passion as a devoted Hamiltonian, but also as an athlete who still competes, by the way. Yes. Thank you, Councillor Pauls, for your dedication. And so Councillor Pauls, of course, rightfully so, would like to share a few words about her experience with our athletes and coaches now. So please come to the podium, Councillor Pauls, to say a few words. And then we'll be handing out some certificates there. Are we paused, or are we going to keep, or is that the end of the video? Does anybody know? Well, I think it's safe to say that we have a flavor of what's been happening, what happened in Estonia, and Councillor Pauls, the energy came through in the little video, and we appreciate the opportunity to have a look and share in that ourselves. So please go ahead.
Thank you. And before you sit down, Mayor, I want
not
to
gonna
say.
sit down, I'm gonna just-
Okay, perfect. First, I want to say I forgot my jacket too, but I've got my little identification, so they knew I was part of the games. But I want to tell you something, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you for your support for the ICG. Not only the parents, the students, and myself. I want to thank you that you've always been supportive of the ICG for sports, because you know what sports does. And before thank you, Mayor. Now, I want to tell you a little quick story. It'll be 10 seconds. I bought these beautiful chocolates stamped Tallinn 2025 International to give to you. And I put them in the fridge because the event was going to be in November. I wanted to make sure they were cool. And a little mouse opened my fridge and I guess started eating them. So last week when I went to get my box, I said, Gord, what happened to the chocolates? He says, you didn't put do not touch on them. I ate them. So I am so sorry that you have no chocolate. So I had to.
I'm sorry that you outed Gord in front of everybody here that he ate the chocolate.
I just feel bad. So I do have a hat for you, and I would love you. Just Tallinn is beautiful. If you ever have a chance to go, I'll tell you, I brought you little postcards. It is stunning there. And also, I got you the little mascot,
Oh, it's so
you know, and a little keychain.
Thank you.
And I've got you a little fridge magnet.
Oh,
And
wonderful.
for you to look and you remember that you were supportive of this.
Thank you.
Just thank you very much. I really, from my
appreciate
heart,
that.
I really
I appreciate
appreciate
that.
it.
Thank you.
So, and this is the little bag. So, I want to say, trips for young people are always special. Those trips have a lasting impact on our young people's life. We can attest to that, right? I know from having spoken to many of our young athletes who've competed in the ICG, these games leave forever changed and inspired. We need a city, Mayor, to inspire our children. We benefit all when we do that. Imagine, go back when you were 12 or 14 years old and having this once-in-a-lifetime experience to travel somewhere special, phase of your life, showcasing and testing something that you worked hard for and you were good at, and then you went to compete. Self-discovery at a level that really helps you define who you are and who you are becoming. Basically teaching you the art of making dreams come true. This was the experience of our Hamilton kids competing in Estonia. What sports do for a character of a person in their sense of strength, confidence, grounding, and community is truly, counselors, truly a gift. Also, as much larger community level, I have seen how these games boost the local economies in our host cities around the world. Tallinn, for instance, was filled. The hotel rooms were filled. Teams, family, coaches, all of them sightseeing, eating, shopping. I did quite a bit of shopping for myself. It was great. The increased tourism for the whole city is phenomenal. That is why, Council, look at me. I am doing my best, look at me, for 2028, for the games to come to Hamilton. It will inspire our city, and we will bring tourism here, which is important. So thank you for listening. Thank you for the athletes. the families. I got to know you. We had meetings before, and it's a pleasure to get to know you. And I want you to know, these family comes from all your wards, whether there's from the mountain, from downtown, they come from where you represent them. So thank you to the coaches. You made Hamilton proud, and we are so very proud of you. Okay. I want to bring the athletes, as I call them, down to receive their plaque. Thank you. I'm going to call them one by one. Yes, and I'll give them to you and you hand them out. The mayor's going to hand them out because she's so supportive. Thank you. Okay, first one is Audrey Muska Barron, swimmer. Remember last week, we wanted a 50-meter pool in Hamilton. Congratulations. We're going to do this, and then we're going to take a picture. You might take a picture individual? Okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Then, stay here and we'll take pictures. Okay, the next one is Luke Furchis. No, I'm sorry.
That one.
Anna Shant, swimming. Is this the right one? Anna?
I know that's the one we have. but
Anna,
There it is.
there you go, Anna. We found you. You were a great swimmer. We'll take a quick picture and then, congratulations. Thank you. The next one is Catalina Sanchez. And Kathleen, judo. You were amazing there. Thank you. There you go. Come in. We'll take a picture with the mayor and the mayor, and then all together.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Excellent. We'll send them to you too.
Luke Fertish, and he's volleyball. That was great. Luke. Luke, that was great. I enjoyed so much watching you play. Thank you, Luke. And then Macy Hansen, swimming. Macy, congratulations. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful.
Thank you. Then it's Pratush Senquipta. Swimming. Congratulations. There you go. And Yannick Tarod, judo. He was our youngest, 12 years old. He was 12 years old, the youngest. Thank you, Yannick. Now, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that couldn't be here. So I'm going to ask the board to come down. And Janine Gaunt, she's one of our board member. There's Moose Mustaf, he's not here, but Mark Vu, board member, please come down. Greg Maychak, please come down. Greg is the chair of the board, and Lisa Roger, she also is the chair of the board. We have a great board. I want you to know, when we meet once a month, and it's always excitement. There's always excitement, isn't there, Janine? So it's so thank you. And I'm going to have Victoria. Where's Victoria? Oh, Victoria. Here she is. Oh, my Victoria. I had 2 pages, and I'm going, where's my Victoria? Victoria Kirkcallion. She works for the rec center. It's beautiful. I love you, Victoria. She brings so much. Now, Victoria was the head of the delegate. I was a city rep, but she was the head of the delegate. So I want you to take these as I call their name. It's Gwen Gober. There is Kellen Durrett, Colin Petrushin, Matthew Serko, and Marley Topolinsky. Thank you. So I want to say, working with this board, it is honestly, every time I know I have a meeting, I'm excited about going. Isn't that nice? And I love doing it. So I just want to say that 2028, we really wanted to come here. And I was wondering if you would say a couple of words about that.
I'll be quite brief. I know you have a busy agenda. But first of all, I wanted to thank City Council. This year marked the 35th year that the city has been involved at the Games. I fondly remember 1989 when Bob Morrow, the former mayor, was assembling the team for the first time that competed in the Ukraine. Then in 1994, we were the first city in the West to host the Games and hosted it very successfully. And a part of the Games was broadcasted live across Canada on TSN. And then in the year 2000, under the leadership of Johnny Karakopoulos, we hosted the largest Games ever involving every continent that participated here in Hamilton, and how proud we were. But my fondest memory was in Romania. Full gym, 5,000 people, halftime. Our boys basketball team is down by 18. And Bernie Morelli, Councillor Bernie Morelli, gave them a pep talk. And those kids knew they had to win. And they did. They won the gold medal in Romania. So I just want to conclude by thanking City Council and city staff, people like Steve Savor and all the people involved that have helped us over the years to make these games successful. We really, really appreciate it. So thank you all for your strong leadership and your support. And we certainly hope to bring the games back in 2028. And I understand from Mark Wu, who's on the executive of the International Board, that some of the board members plan to come here next year to visit our city. Many have been here in the year 2000. They love this city and they really hope to bring the games back. So again, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take a picture.
Thanks very much, Greg. So if we could just take another minute, we'll take a quick photo, and thanks, everyone. Really, really exciting, and thank you for all you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks again, everyone. So on behalf of council, I want to just formally extend our congratulations to all of you for a job well done, respecting your sports or in your respective sports, and of course to all of the parents and the volunteers and the team, and to Greg, and of course to Councillor Pauls. You make us proud every year, and we are proud once again. So thanks so much. So as folks get settled, we're now going to head on to the next item in this category, which is the staff commendations, for which are around the Hamilton Water Awards. Marnie Clucky, our city manager, and staff are going to come to the podium for a photo, but I'm going to hand it over to City Manager Clucky to say a few words. So please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you. I am equally excited and proud of the achievements of our staff, though I may not match Councillor Paul's enthusiasm level. We have our own water athletes here. So today I am pleased to highlight a remarkable series of achievements that demonstrate Hamilton's continued leadership in sustainable water management and innovation. The awards not only celebrate excellence in engineering and environmental stewardship, they also affirm the dedication of our staff who deliver essential water, wastewater, and stormwater services every single day for the people of Hamilton. At the 2025 Water Canada Awards in October, Hamilton Water received not one but 3 national awards recognizing projects across all 3 of the core service areas: drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater. Each of these honors speaks to the collaboration and commitment that define our operations in Hamilton Water. So first, our water distribution team received the Water Efficiency and Quality Improvement Award for its forward-thinking modernization of Hamilton's water systems. And through this project, our team reduced water loss, improved water quality, and optimized performance. So that saved more than 94 million liters of water annually, while cutting energy use and greenhouse gas emissions. And this recognition reflects our ongoing efforts to safeguard a resilient and efficient water supply for Hamiltonians. Second, the Woodwater Avenue wastewater treatment plant upgrade was recognized in the wastewater large project category, and it was recognized for its world-leading design, and that includes the largest tertiary disc filtration facility in the world. And this monumental investment strengthens our ability to protect the Hamilton Harbor, as well as demonstrates our commitment to environmental leadership. And last, in the stormwater category, Hamilton's Watershed Action Plan was celebrated for its collaborative, citywide approach to improving water quality and reducing pollution across each of the 4 watersheds that contain every river, stream, and creek within Hamilton. This award highlights how Hamilton Water is working hand in hand with partners and residents to create cleaner, healthier, and more resilient local waterways. So together, these 3 awards affirm that Hamilton Water is certainly a leader in this area, not only for its technical excellence, but also for innovation and teamwork and public service. And these achievements really are the result of their tireless efforts, the efforts across Hamilton Water. So I want to commend them for their professionalism and their dedication to always ensuring the highest standards and highest service delivery excellence. So thank you to all Hamilton Water staff for their vision and their hard work, which made this possible. While these awards celebrate specific projects, the true value really lies in what they mean to our community, which is cleaner water, healthier ecosystems, and a more sustainable future for Hamilton. I also want to thank the Mayor and Council for your continued support and investments in water infrastructure. Really, it is a team effort. So together, we're going to continue to ensure that every drop of water delivered, treated, or managed in Hamilton reflects our shared commitment to excellence and builds on public trust. We've got a few people here to accept this award, so I'll call their names and then ask that they come up to the podium beside the Mayor so you can be recognized. So we have Dave Alberton, Mike Sprangella, Tim Crowley, Mike Christie, Justin Wilson, Nathan Reichelt, Steve Hoover, Ryan Doyle, and I'll ask their leaders to join as well. Please join me in congratulating them.
I was ready to jump into a picture there, Mike. You should have.
So I just want to say on behalf of council as well, you make us safe, you make us proud, and the fact that you were awarded by a national organization is something that not only you should be able to hang your hats on, but the whole city as well. So thank you so much for everything you do for Hamiltonians. Appreciate it. Water is life. Water is life. So thanks again, everyone, for helping us to celebrate some of the wonderful things happening in our city. And we're now going to continue with the remainder of the agenda. So next is the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, item 5, which is October 29th, 2025. Item 5.1, November 18th, 2025, special meeting, item 5.2. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the October 29, 2025 and November 18th, 2025 meetings as presented? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Is there any discussion on these minutes? Councillor Wang, please go ahead.
The November 18th special council meeting was excellent. I wanted to thank the clerk's team and as well as our Healthy and Safe community for putting on this special training. It was very enlightening, and I think that it was helpful in us being better leaders in our community. So I wanted to say thank you for putting that special training on for us.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wang. Any further comments on the minutes? Seeing none, I will then go to a show of hands on the minutes. Please indicate your vote now. All in favor? Any opposed? That one's carried. Thanks very much. There are no items for information, so we're going to go straight then to committee recommendations. Starting with the Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees, November 3rd, 2025, Councillor Cassar. May I please have a motion to receive, approve the recommendations within the Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees minutes of November 3rd, 2025?
Of course, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson, that SABC 25-009 being the minutes of the Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees meeting held on Monday, November 3rd, 2025, item 7.1 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any items within the minutes that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? No, seeing none then. We have to go to an electronic vote on this one. It's the first one, so we'll need to be, I think, patient as we get our system up and running. So when it comes up, please indicate your electronic vote. Votes up. Thank you, Tammy. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. On to sole voting member of the Hamilton Farmers Market, November 3rd, 2025, 25-003. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the sole voting member of the Hamilton Farmers Market minutes of November 3rd, 2025?
Yes, Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Taddison, that the HFMS 25-003 being the minutes of the sole voting member of the Hamilton Farmers Market meeting held on Monday, November 3rd, item 7.2 be received, and that the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any items within the minutes members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Seeing none, we'll then go to the electronic vote. It's up. And that carries 16-0. Thanks very much. Item 7.3 is Public Works Committee 25-013, November 10th, 2025. Councillor Pauls, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee minutes of November 10th, 2025, and receive the correspondence item?
Thank you. And it's moved by myself, Esther Paul, second by Councillor Matt Francis, Vice Chair, that the PWC 25013, being the minutes of the Public Works Committee meeting held on Monday, November 10th, 2025, item 7.3 be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved, and that the following corresponding item be received.
Thanks very much. Are there any items within these minutes that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Seeing none, we'll then again go to the electronic vote. That carries 16-0. Thanks so much. We're now on to GIC 25-0116, General Issues Committee, November 12, 2025. Councillor Jackson, may I please have a motion to receive, approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee's minutes of November 12, 2025, and receive the correspondence items?
Your Worship, you may. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 5 Councillor Matt Francis. A, that the GIC 25-016, being the open session minutes of the, Deputy Clerk Pilon, you forgot an adjective, of the Marathon General Issues Committee meeting held on Wednesday, November 12th, item 7.4, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and B, that the following correspondence items be received. Roman numeral 1, correspondence respecting minute, item number 9.1, request for the closure of the GFL Stony Creek Regional Facility, 65 Green Mountain Road West, Stony Creek. And minute item 9.2, GFL Stony Creek Regional Facility, section 447.1 of the Municipal Act 2001, A, Michelle England of the item number listed there, and B, Rami and Ann Sadiq and the item listed there, and Roman numeral 2, correspondence from Brad Evoy, Executive Director, Disability Justice Network of Ontario, Co-Chair, Accessibility Housing Network, respecting minute item 9.3, impacts of Provincial Bill 60 on tenants in Hamilton, revised with the item number listed there as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Are there any items within the minutes that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Oh, we have a list started. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Horvath. Thank you very much. I'd like to speak to 9.1 and 9.2. I'll touch on both at the same time, and I'll be very brief. First, Mayor, I want to publicly thank you for all your help and support for me and my residents over the last 2.5 years. Your advice, collaboration with me, and your continued advocacy to 3 ministers of environment will never be forgotten by my community. So thank you very much for everything that you're doing, and I appreciate you standing with us. To the council, I want to thank you for your empathy, your concern, and the support both for myself and the Ward 9 residents. I can tell you that they left here for the first time in 2.75 years feeling some hope. Finally, a government actually listened to them, heard them, showed empathy and care for what they are experiencing. You have no idea how much that means to the community in Upper Stony Creek and in Lower Stony Creek, where Councillor Francis resides. I want to thank the Stony Creek residents, the Stand for Stony Creek, all of the delegates, the residents who have written and emailed and phoned the Premier. Keep his number handy. Feel free to keep calling him. It's your voices that we're representing down here. You're standing up and challenging the provincial government and the company for what they are doing up there. And we're with you. We feel the anguish and the pain, and we know the worry that you have for your families, and we want to thank you for speaking up so loudly and clearly about the issue. These decisions that we made, 9.1.2, are pivotal moments in our fight to protect residents from the continuing exposure to daily horrendous odors emanating from a non-hazardous industrial, commercial, institutional landfill. I say that because there should be no odors. There were no odors coming from that landfill for over 25 years. They were incredibly rare. And to go from 6 to 12 in a year, which were immediately handled by the company so that the odors went away, to you wake up every day with the odor is a complete shock for the community up there. And it's just important that we acknowledge that the decisions, the votes of these councillors, while we don't know what the final outcome is going to be, we show today that we are standing with the residents, and it means a great deal to them. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to our staff, to Lisa Shields for all the assistance. I could not be doing this without your help. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Cratch, please.
Yes, just due to the changes to our procedural bylaw, just asking for a separate vote on 7.7, Roman numeral 2. I don't think anything to add about it, and don't expect people to change their votes. Just want to get mine there for the record. Thanks.
Thank you. We now have Councillor Jackson. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Under items for consideration, 8.2, a 2025 city-led projects recommended for climate change reserve funding. As I was, after chairing the marathon last Wednesday, I was the next day just kind of flipping through my notes, and I just want to get some clarification where some of the reserve funding, which we approved, and I supported the staff report because it's coming from the climate change reserve that this council has parked for items that come to our consideration each time through Director Dr. Lukazik. But I noticed that there was an item there, Mayor Horvath, regarding backyard tree planting. And so if I could ask through you to either General Manager Kennedy or if Environmental Director Cynthia Graham is on the line, I just want to make sure I don't want any of my residents to go through what a number of them, 50 or 60 of them did during the approved city tree planting program on the city's road allowance 6-7 months ago, where there weren't willing hosts. There weren't proper communication, or at least communication that was well in advance, that by the time the springtime and summertime planting came, many of my residents that are busy with family, work, children, school, etc., extracurricular activities, had either misplaced or didn't receive the notice from staff. And so we were able to put in an opting out clause on the city road allowance, tree planting, which I was deeply grateful for through Director Cynthia Graham and her team. And so I just don't want to go through a similar with backyard tree planting, which is totally on someone's private property. I want to make sure this is about a willing host. Sorry for the long preamble, but hopefully that clarifies where I'm coming from. And I'm glad Director Graham is on the line. Through you to her, please, Mayor Horvath.
Okay, thanks very much. Please go ahead, Director Graham.
Good morning, Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. Yes, I can reassure that this program is based on a voluntary opt-in. The program would look at areas of low canopy. Staff would do a lot of outreach and connection with those residents to advertise that there is an ability to participate in this program. Residents would be able to identify that they would like to participate, and then staff would work with them to, bring them into the program. We're only looking at 50 trees per year, so it really is a small start. We're really looking to see how this might be accepted across the city as another alternative way to increase canopy in those low canopy areas. So long story short, yes, would only be for people who would like to participate. There's no mandatory participation here.
Director Graham, thank you so much. You've raised my comfort level. And again, for those that want trees and the city's giving away a free tree to be planted, marvelous. And kudos to those particular property owners that are willing to accept. I just wanted our program, like the previous program that stumbled out of the gate, to just be as customer friendly to our property owners and our taxpayers as much as possible, Mayor Horvath. So that reassurance is all I needed to know to continue to support 8.2. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Often when we try new things, we learn from them. So this is, I think, a learning experience for all. So thank you for bringing that forward. I think we have a couple more folks on the speakers list. We have Councillor Francis, and then I'll have Councillor Cooper following Councillor Francis.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Horvath, and it's to 9.1 and 9.2 as well. I'll speak to them both together. I'm hopeful that these actions supported unanimously by council will once and for all lead to eliminating the oppressive and dangerous odors that is caused by the landfill expansion. And, you know, we're sick and tired of the suffering and the inability to live comfortably in our own homes, even in older established neighborhoods like my own in Ward 5 down the hill, in a neighborhood that was established, long before the landfill even existed. So, and this is also an opportunity to finally provide transparency for residents through litigation and discovery on how expansion came to be and why residents are forced to live through this hell. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Francis. We have Councillor Cooper next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise 8.2 for a vote, but also to comment on it. And I spoke at this at the committee level, where we're doing some initiatives around our climate change emergency. Dr. Lukajczyk is doing a wonderful job. But I want to continue to bring attention to the fact that we're one of the few cities who are, through our planning process, creating heat islands across our city, particularly in my ward. What's going to happen in my ward with the development we're doing is just going to be something that's going to take hundreds of years to erase, and I think it's wrong. It's wrong-minded in the direction we're going. We really need to pause and take this in another direction. So I'm raising this vote because I will be voting against this. These things that we're doing are really, to me, the minor pieces. When on the major issues of climate, particularly around planning, we're completely missing the mark and going in the opposite direction of many cities who are eliminating heat islands. And we heard that spoken to the other day by one of our presenters around the budget. So I just want to continue to highlight that and thank you for elevating this for a vote.
Thanks very much, Councillor Cooper. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list. Councillor Cassar, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just to follow up on the comments around heat island effect, just for the public consumption, want to remind everyone that this council has approved green building standards, a component of which is around heat island effect and how our building standards, if eventually approved as we get over some provincial humps potentially and some staff direction that the council gave to come back with more information, that there is work in there or specifications in there, standards in there to mitigate heat island effects. So I think it's just important for the public and all of our colleagues to understand that intensification does not mean we end up with a heat island effect. There are many things we do today. There are benefits from density, and there are standards in our proposed green building standards that directly address that. So just wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of that as they're thinking and deliberating on these kinds of decisions. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much, Councillor Cassar. And I just want to, we are now on to, I'm sorry, I don't see anybody on the list. I'm sorry? Okay, Councillor Pauls, please go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted for 8.2 about the trees. I know we're putting away 132,950. Is that for 50 trees? Is the cost gone up from $10 a tree? I thought we were paying $10 a tree. I just want to know how much per tree.
I'll send that back to Director Graham. Please go ahead, Director Graham.
Hi, through the chair, I don't have the cost per tree handy, but the program would run for 3 years, and the $10 per tree was really for the very small trees that people would get for the free tree giveaway. The intent of this program is to provide a larger tree that would still be able to get back into someone's backyard, but have a bit more of a larger impact right away. So looking at larger stock for this program. So that accounts for the higher cost.
Thank you for that. So in my estimation, 150 trees would be 132,000, right? 950. So roughly 50 trees cost about $1,000 each. So it's for 3 years, 150. So I'm just wondering how much more it is to plant a little bigger tree, if it's worth it, or buy the smaller trees and it will grow into big. That's all.
It's
Thanks.
through the
Please go
chair.
ahead.
Yeah, so the idea is, so just to clarify, the smaller trees that you're referring to really are very small trees because they're intended to be able to get into someone's car. These larger trees, while they're still not the size that you would see us planting on the road allowance, they are a larger species, a larger growth, so that it's more of an impact right away for someone's backyard. So they do cost more. Included in that costing, though, is also the advertising, the outreach to get people to participate in the program. There is a component of education to help them understand how to take care of their tree and ongoing monitoring of the program. So it isn't just the cost of the tree, there is a little bit of additional administration cost as well.
Thank you, Cynthia, for explaining. Thank you.
Very helpful, Director Graham. Thanks so much. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list, so we will now take the votes that were asked to be separated out, and I look to the clerks to make sure that we have the right ones. So I think
So we've got item 8.2, and I believe we have item 7.7 sub 2.
Okay, can you just remind members of council before they vote what those items are, just so people know what they're voting on?
Sorry, so item 8.2, maybe we'll do that one. Item 8.2 is PED 25240, which is the city-led projects recommended for climate change reserve funding.
The ones we were just talking about,
The
more or
one we were
less?
just talking about.
Okay.
The second one was a request from Councillor Kretsch, and I'll just confirm that was item 7.7 sub 2. Correct. Which is PED 17181I, which is the West Harbour redevelopment plan status update.
Okay, thanks so much. So we'll start then with 8.2, and so we'll put that up for a separate vote, please.
So this is item 8.2.
That carries 13-3, thank you. And then we are on to 7.7 sub 2. And we'll put the vote up, but I just wanted to confirm then, just so people know, how their vote, so the vote at committee, if I remember, was that it was a 10-6 vote, and so it was a motion, if I recall, and it failed on the 10-6, and so we're just asking for that item to be voted on separately right now, correct? I'm sorry, what am I missing?
Can I ask a point of order, please, Mayor Horvath? So can we just clarify further? For those of us, the 10 that voted against Councillor Kretsch's motion, is that what's before us, or is it the committee recommendation that turned that down? I just want to get clear what we're voting on, affirmative or negative, please.
So Mayor Horvath, through you to council, item 7.7 sub 2, PED 17181, this was a motion that was defeated by a vote of 6-10. At committee, it has been lifted to hold a separate vote on that motion. So you are voting on the staff direction to report back on the West Harbour Development Subcommittee in Q2 2026 with said information.
So City Clerk Mayor Horvath, may I just
Please
clarify
go ahead.
further?
Yep.
So literally then, this body is voting on the same motion again that Councillor Kretsch put at committee, correct?
That is correct.
That's correct.
Okay, that tells me how I'm voting. Thank you.
So thanks very much. So the vote is, I believe, ahead of us and in front of us, unless there are any other discussions to be had. Any other speakers? Seeing none, we'll go to that vote, please. Oh, mine came up as a GIC. Okay. And that's defeated on a tie. Thanks very much. We are now on to
The balance of,
The balance of the,
minutes.
balance of the minutes for the GIC committee. Are there any items in these minutes that folks are interested in discussing or voting on separately? AFA, this is AFA.
oh, sorry, no, we're still on the
Oh,
balance
sorry,
of
I'm
the-
sorry, the balance. We have to do that vote.
Yeah, so the vote is up on the balance of the General Issues Committee minutes, the remaining items.
Yep, that's up. The balance of the minutes carries 16-0. Thanks very much, everyone. Now we're on to 7.5 and 12.3, AFNA 25-013, Audit Finance Administration Committee, November 13th, 2025. I believe everything's okay. So Councillor Spatafora, then may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee's open and closed minutes of November 13th, 2025.
Good morning, Mayor. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Jeff Beattie, that AFNA 25-013 being the minutes of the AFNA committee meeting on November 13th. Item 7.5 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and that the closed session minutes of AFNA meeting held on November 13th, item 12.3, be approved as presented and remain confidential. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spatafora. Now, are there any items within these minutes that folks would like to have amended or vote on separately or discuss? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to 7.7 and 12.5, PLC Planning Committee.
Sorry,
Oh,
7.6.
sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one, 7.6. Please, ECS 25011, Emergency and Community Services Committee, November 13th, 2025. Councillor Nan, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Emergency and Community Services Committee minutes of November 13th, 2025?
Certainly, it's moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Clark, and as moved, ECS 25-001 being the minutes of that committee held on Thursday, November 13th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Any items within these minutes that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Seeing none, we'll go to the electronic vote, please. And that carries 16-0. Thanks, everybody. I hear that the tech is a little bit wonky this morning, so we'll try to be patient with each other, and just so that the public knows it's a little bit wonky. So we're now then on to item 7.7 and 12.5, Planning Committee 25-015, November 14th, 2025. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee's open and closed minutes as of November 14th, 2025, and receive the correspondence items. However, I do want to flag that there may be a motion coming as well to lift some things and move them to another part of the agenda. So you please go ahead.
Okay. Yes, Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Taddison, that AAPLC 25015, being the minutes of the Planning Committee held on Friday, November 14th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. B, that the closed session minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on Friday, November 14th, be approved as presented and remain confidential. And C, the following correspondence items be received. Correspondence from Mark Yackerton, correspondence from Matt Johnston, and correspondence from Emmett Vanson. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. So we'll now go to Councillor Beatty, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Clerk? Turnham?
Yep, that's correct. I believe there is a desire to go into closed session on item 12.3 of the closed minutes, which is LS 25018. So in order to facilitate that, we'll just look for a motion from Councillor Beatty to defer item 12.3 and the closed minutes until after closed session.
Thank you. Councillor Beatty, please go ahead.
As the clerk stated, and trolling for a seconder to proceed to defer the consideration until the completion of the closed portion.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Crutch.
Sure.
Let's have that vote then, please. So now we see a lot of people voting manually. So I don't know what's going on with the technology, but there's a problem, and hopefully we can get that fixed. So we'll just take the time to count the numbers. Do you want me to do that? Councillor Maureen Wilson in favor, Clark in favor, Crutch in favor, Beatty in favor, Nan in favor, Taddison in favor, Wang in favor, Mayor in favor, Francis in favor, Kassar in favor. Everybody else is in favor. You got the rest? Okay, great. Thank you. And that carries 16-0. Okay, so then on the balance of the Planning Committee minutes, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Cooper in favor. Oh, no, Councillor Cooper has a, oh, we have a speakers list, okay. Okay, because we voted this already, now we're on to the balance. And that's what Councillor, okay, I was not quite finished saying, we're on the balance of the rest. So Councillor Cooper, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you on item 8.1, I just would like to speak to that. I'd like to actually move a motion, and it's with the clerk right now. And what this relates to is the French language school going on Garner Road. We heard many great presentations, but it was really speaking to the fact that this desire to have a French language school has been buried for 25 years in the system. And so what this motion really speaks to is the desire to have on a quarterly basis this brought back to council in terms of a report to understand where it is, and just to keep an eye on this so we don't continue to have this buried in the in various systems, whether it be here, other places, developer, or at the province. So I know Councillor Crutch is offered to second this as well. So you'll see it up on the overhead here, and I don't know if you want me to read it or.
No, it's in front of everybody. I'm just reading it myself, actually, to see. I don't know if there's are any further. Do you have a seconder? Crutch? Is this
yeah,
Councillor Crutch? Sorry, I apologize. Is a seconder, and so then that motion is in order, and it's in front of us. So, are there any speakers to the motion other than Councillor Cooper? That you've said your piece in terms of.
I also want to recognize General Manager Arvind Prasad as well for his work on this, and just exceptional work by his staff. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cooper, and so Councillor Jackson, please go ahead. Okay, all right. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Meekin, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I appreciate the motion. There was a sense of frustration that was very well articulated around this issue that's been lingering through the specific fault of nobody. It just is one of those oddities, and I think the motion, if amendment, if it's passed, would provide some semblance of assurance to those who are really anxious about this, and indicate in a very clear way our commitment to moving it forward. So thanks for the motion, Councillor.
Thanks very much, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Communication is vital, and I believe that we can always do better in communication, and I'm always personally striving in my office to do that, and I think this council should as well. Just a couple items on this topic, though. As the ward councillor, just a little disappointed that I wasn't given a heads up that this motion was coming. Secondly, there was some conversation about this topic at Planning Committee, and there was a question to staff, I believe it was from Councillor Wang, about what are the next steps here and the time frame. So I'd just like to ask staff to maybe reiterate that, because the motion asks for quarterly updates, which we want to manage expectations, and this process has several more steps. So don't want to set the expectation that there's going to be quarterly progress. And it is an unusual step in terms of giving very regular updates. Want to ensure that the French community does stay in touch with what's happening, but want to make sure also that it's realistic. So through you, if I could, to GM Prasad or Acting Chief Planner Fayback on the next steps and estimated timelines, and then also on what we could expect to see if we get quarterly updates from staff on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Councillor Jackson's on the item as a whole. I would like to. Oh, I'm sorry. Was a question? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, please go ahead, GM Prasad.
Yes, thank you very much. Arvind Prasad, General Manager, Planning and Economic Development. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, the next steps in this application would be clearing the conditions of draft plan approval. That is the applicant's responsibility. An applicant would have to take initiative to do that. The applicant has a number of years, I think it's three years to clear that. So, the applicant could, start that process tomorrow, or they could wait towards the end of that deadline. And draft plan conditions can be extended after the 3-year period also. So part of it, most of it, lies in the hands of the applicant in terms of clearing those conditions. However, you have here a situation where you have the school board, and we want to move forward with the school site as quickly as possible. So it becomes an issue of how do you compel that developer to move quickly. So I think part of what this regular reporting back, and I don't see this as a report to council. I just see this as a regular memorandum kind of update every 3 months. We can give you an understanding in terms of what conditions have been cleared and the level of activity the developer has had, in terms of so that it's not just sitting there and you're not aware of what's happening on the site.
Thank you. Councillor Kassar, please go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate the clarification that this could be done through a memo to council rather than adding an item to a planning committee agenda, which may not have any content. So I think that's suitable. So I'll agree to that. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Can I just get clarification then? Does this change the nature of the motion? Or do we ask for a friendly amendment to have it report back through communication? Can we have the motion back up, please? Yeah, so this says planning committee. This is a whole of community issue as well. I would say that the French and public school boards, French Catholic and public school boards have been very concerned to move this forward. So I don't disagree with the idea I should probably hand over the chair to Councillor Jackson. Can I please do that?
Carry on, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't disagree with the idea that this is something that's been a long time coming, and us getting information about it as that's important for people to know, because the community will be calling us if there's something that's coming or something that's stalling off and they're worried about. But I do see the point around about having it as more of an information communications type report. And so I would support the idea of moving it to instead of to a report back to planning to I guess a communications item. So I would ask the mover if he would consider that to be a friendly amendment.
So Mayor Horvath, hold on. City Clerk Trenum has offered some insight, please.
Just to assist in the wording of that, perhaps for that friendly, if instead of planning committee, it merely just said provide council, leaving the avenue in which that update comes forward to staff to determine the best way to bring that forward. I don't know if you want the prescriptive how to receive that update or not, but just that it be an update to council.
Thank you, City Clerk Trenum. Mayor?
Well, I will leave it to the mover and see, considering that there's been some, concern around process here identified, perhaps the mover can clarify.
Councillor Cooper, all through the chair, please.
Thank you, Chair. I specifically want it to come to a committee where it's going to have visibility, okay? We heard specifically from this group how the process has been buried, how there's been a lot of frustration, how there's, when some people don't want things to happen, they don't always say no. They just bury it in a process. And they're very clear about the frustration that we heard. And it's gone on for 25 years. And so I have no problem bringing this to planning committee if that puts the light on it. They're struggling because they don't know what's going on. They have no ability to have a line of sight on this. So I would like to leave it the way it is and put it to a vote.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Cooper. So Mayor Horvath, you still have the floor then.
I'll withdraw. I'm finished. I was trying to. Yeah.
All right,
So,
chair's back to you, Mayor.
thank you so very much. Any other speakers then on this item? We have Councillor Clark. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't sit on planning committee, so I'd like to ask a couple of quick questions.
Sure.
As I recall, we had changed the process so that site plan is delegated to the planning director. Is that still the case?
Through the chair to the councillor, Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. Yes, that's correct. Site plan is delegated to staff.
Thank you. And during that site plan process, the director or the planning staff will communicate with the local ward councillor, which in this case is Councillor Cassar. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councillor's office has circulated the initial application and any submissions. And so, yes, there is communication on the file.
Thank you. And the last question would be, this is not a public process. So we don't go out and hold public consultations on site plans. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, on site plans, that's correct. And just to clarify, I know you didn't ask about the clearance of conditions as subdivisions, but that is also not a public process as well.
That was going to be the second ancillary question. So I can't support the motion. I understand the intention of the motion. We went to this process because it was bedlam trying to get site plans through when it was an open public process with everybody feeding into the planning staff. In essence, a complete redo of the rezoning or a redo of the official plan. So the process has been working very well. I have participated in many site plans. I make sure that the conditions that were argued before the planning committee are a part of that site plan, and that is the ward councillor's job. Anyone that wants to participate in the process or ask questions about it, they can most certainly ask any local councillor. They would refer it to the ward councillor, and the ward councillor can give a response. I don't agree with us going down this slippery slope because it will start here and then there will be public pressure for more interventions in other site plans in other wards. And the process is delegated because it is a comprehensive technical process at this point. It's no longer yes or no to rezoning. Now it is, how do you make all those conditions work? How do you ensure that the public interest is being protected through the process, and it's delegated to staff? So regrettably, I can't support the staff, motion that was moved. I think it is a mistake. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks. Just a quick question to staff and a couple of comments. So if I understood what you said correctly, General Manager Prasad, what you said was what you'd be reporting back, and just to highlight here, I think the memo you were speaking about is the new legislative tool we have here, Council, in the last year to report that's just brief. It's a brief information report. So is that what you were talking about firstly? Was the memo to the Planning Committee? or council? Or did you mean something else? 'Cause you said the word memo.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it's, what I was thinking about is just a memorandum to give you an update on how the file is progressing, not so much, opening up conditions or any of those other things. That's set in stone by you. You draft approved the subdivision, that's set in stone. This is just more, what I was thinking is more of an information report, just to keep you on tabs where we are with this development.
Right, so if I understand what you said correctly, I think I did. There's not going to be any interventions. This isn't going to affect the site plan. This isn't going to affect the draft plan of subdivision. The goal of this is simply just because it's a large project and many people are watching it, to give it some more transparency by having a memo at the planning committee or information report saying, here's where we are with the project, here are our milestones, this is what we have or haven't done. But there's no interference that the planning committee is going to be able to have with that because it's not a recommendation, it's just an information report. Is that my understanding correct, General Manager Prasad?
Yes, you're absolutely correct. It's just an information memo.
Okay, that's why I offered to support it just from a transparency perspective, because I know that a lot of people will tune in there. There's some physical public document that we can give to people if they have questions. It says, here's where the update is. And sorry to the ward councillor for not being included sooner in that. I just found out this morning that this was coming forward, so I just said, okay, sure. And so again, it doesn't seem like it's anything more than a transparency measure, not that it's going to have any kind of weight or influence on the process. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I do think as governors, we have to be careful in some of the language that we use. So when we use words like information being buried, it could denote a process that is not legitimate and not enacting in the public's interest. And I do not think that is, I'm sure it wasn't intended, but I do think we have to be mindful. There is a process, a planning process that is defined by the Government of Ontario. And as per my colleague's comments, Councillor Clark, it has been further refined in an effort to ensure the planning process is done more expeditiously. But to be sure, my question through the chair to the General Manager of Planning, could you just clarify for me once again, who has the responsibility in ensuring the conditions are secured?
Jim Prasad, please.
Yes, thank you very much for the question, and through the mayor. Yeah, the responsibility for clearance of the conditions is the applicant's now. You've made the decision on the application. You provided the conditions on which that decision hinges, and it's the applicant's responsibility to clear those conditions.
Thank you. And in staff's review of the application, in your opinion, professionally, as a registered planner and now as the head of planning, was there anything done in the handling of this file that you would deem to be an anomaly on the part of planning professional staff?
Jim Prasad?
Yeah, thank you for the question. No, absolutely not. It's a complicated file, and it's multiple partners involved, and the actions of the developer will ultimately decide how quickly the school can proceed or not. But nothing that's done that's not out of the ordinary.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do think we have to be careful. I do think we have to ensure that we send a message that the process that was used upheld due process, was in keeping with a defined process. There was nothing buried in this. Complications are such that it can delay consideration, but the job of planning staff is to uphold the public interest, as it is ours. I have full confidence in the councillor of Ward 12 who has met with the school, who has met with the students, who has been communicating diligently and publicly on this matter. I just would like to express caution on some of the language we adopt when we're trying to describe a public process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson, and I appreciate that note, and I likely should have identified it myself as the chair, so I appreciate your assistance in that, and would ask members of council to please remember that we're not here to lay blame to each other or to particularly pillory the staff in terms of their work, but rather to have a civilized debate and one that doesn't put blame on folks inappropriately for the work that they do. And so on that note, we now go back to the speakers list with Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Wilson and yourself for that. I added myself to the speakers list specifically because of the narrative that could be construed as being intentional burying of information on a file as a deliberate attempt to deprioritize it. So thank you for those comments. I agree that that's inappropriate. To General Manager Prasad and Chief Planner Fayback, you mentioned the site plan approval process can be complex, takes multiple years at times, and really is in the hands of the applicant to expedite. That process itself has public engagement opportunities throughout it, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, in terms of the site plan process, there is no public engagement through that process. What I will say, though, is all of our planning files and planning applications are public information. So if anyone at any time wants to view the file, meet with staff, we make ourselves and the file available.
Thank you so much. And to Clerk Trenum, could you just clarify when there are memos through you, Mayor, that are circulated to council, do those come to the council agenda for a final receipt?
Clerk Trenum?
So through you, Mayor, it all depends on the purpose and where it's delivered. A memo like a communications update may be circulated via the Council Weekly Correspondence listing, which is published every Friday for the public and for members. A member of council can always lift that and add it to an agenda if there's discussion worth having.
Thank you so much.
Councillor
I appreciate that. Mayor, I support the Francophone community in getting this school built. Won't be supporting the motion.
Thanks so much, Councillor Nam. We're now on to Councillor Francis.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. I'm supportive of the direction of this motion, but I'm not supportive of putting things out there in another ward without running them by the ward councillor. Yeah, this actually happened to me on the Stony Creek parking lot issue. I found it incredibly disrespectful at the time when things were done behind my back, putting things out there that was missing context, misinformation as a result of that. This is about respecting the residents of the ward that elected their ward councillors, and we must be mindful of that. So that said, I will support the motion, but certainly would like to see things done in a different manner. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. I am going to just ask you to clarify what you're describing, again, apropos to the conversation we're having about how we characterize the work. If you are suggesting that from a political place that a political decision was made and you're concerned about that, let me finish, then that's one thing. But if you're suggesting that staff purposely buried something, or no, I shouldn't use buried, but didn't provide information, didn't engage counselors. There are things that we delegate to our staff, and they do that work, and they bring it forward because they're council directions, and that's what we do. So I just need clarification of which, because one's, I guess, technically fair game. The other is what we're trying to avoid, which is, the pillorying of staff.
No, sorry, and I'm happy to clarify. And I want to be very clear here. This was just about another colleague of mine that put out information about certain parking situations in Stony Creek without running it by me, and it has nothing to do with the city staff. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. Thanks very much. The item then is still before us, and we have, if there are no other first-time speakers, we have Councillor Cooper for a second time.
Thank you, Chair. On a point of order, when I was talking, and many of you, some of you may not have heard what was said by the presenters. This was not directed at staff or the ward councillor. This was an experience these people have had over 25 years, and so I do not appreciate people
So, Councillor
inferring.
Cooper, are you withdrawing your comment? Is that what you're saying? Are you withdrawing that?
Could I please finish, Chair? I'm not. You're cutting me off, and I'm trying to get to my point. So my point is that I don't appreciate people inferring things I didn't say. And so that's my point of order here, is that what I was saying was just reflecting the journey these people had been on. And so I didn't make a comment about the ward councillor. I didn't make a comment about staff. I made a comment about the journey, and then it was inferred that I was saying things that I wasn't saying. So I don't appreciate that, and that's my point of order.
So I appreciate the point of order. It seems to me that, we have a situation where we continue to try to ensure that we hold each other to account when it comes to the way that things are articulated. There are a number of councillors that felt the same way about the language. I was unfortunately busy with other kind of things on my list of things to do here with the rest of the agenda and didn't hear it clearly, but I would take that point of order and rule that that the interpretation of the comments are important, and if they were heard by others to be problematic, and I didn't hear them specifically, then I will take that point of order and accept it, but say, as a reminder, that this has to stop. It's not fair for, and I'm not saying this particularly, but I would ask members of council, since we're talking about this right now, to please be careful with your language. It is not fair to our staff, whether they're here in this room or whether they're somewhere else online or in the organization, to have their work questioned as inappropriate or wrong. And I would also say, with respect, 25 years is a long time. Some of us have been working on this file for maybe 3 and a bit years. Some of us have been working on this file for 11 years, and the community has been a big part of the process from day one. There are lots of complications on some of these files, and I would just ask that councillors make sure that they're touching base with the people who have been involved in order to get an understanding of what the history is, so that they know that there are many, many moving parts here, many factors and things they're not just at face value. There is a lot of information and work that's done, and having that information is helpful in terms of moving things forward. And so I would just say that. So on that then, we are now on to any further speakers on this issue? Councillor Kretsch. This is for your second time, right?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Just briefly, I'm just confused. I had a question. So when I saw the motion up here earlier, it said that it'll bring a report back to the planning committee. I heard Councillor Clark's concern that it feels like we're changing the process a little bit by putting site applications to the planning committee through an information report, which is something we don't do for other site applications. And then I heard a suggestion, sorry to recap, I know this is probably boring, I apologize, I'm just making sure I understand.
That's okay.
And then I heard a suggestion that someone said, well, couldn't we get a memo to council or broadly a communication update on the subject so that everyone's informed of what's happening with this? Because it says something that's of significant interest at a broader scale. Did I then hear that the mover is not okay with that?
That's
and wants
right.
to leave the
There was
motion?
no take up on that, and it was clarified that the report was supposed to be going to, from the mover's perspective, to the planning committee as a report. And so I don't want to relitigate whether it was or it wasn't accepted as friendly. It wasn't. And so that is exactly what happened, just so you know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so then we have, I don't think any further speakers on this. I think everybody's pretty clear on where we are after a very vigorous and important discussion. So we'll now go to the vote, please. And that carries 9-6. Thanks very much. We are now on to the remainder of that report, and I think Councillor Jackson on 8.1, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. I really wasn't going to regurgitate my speech that I gave at planning, but in light of the amendment that just passed and some of the comments that were inferred, I just want to give a quick Reader's Digest version, Mayor Horvath, of my 11 years involvement on this file, that overall, I am so looking forward to a celebratory time of two wonderful, fabulous, outstanding, groundbreaking events and ceremonies, one in my ward and one in Ward 12, where Councillor Kassar is. Just to be quick and clear, Mayor Horvath, and for some of my colleagues that weren't at Planning Committee as well,
Please continue, Councillor Jackson.
I thought what I had to say may be important, but maybe it isn't. Anyways, Mayor Horvath, people keep saying about 25 years. Let's get clear, once and for all, for the last time. Whatever happened in the first 15 years with the Francophone community, dreams, hope, promises of a new school, I have no idea. The city had no idea. Whatever it was within their bureaucracies, within their boards, both Mon Avenir, the French Catholic, and within Viamont, the French public, that was up to those parents, teachers, to talk to their boards and bureaucracies. Now, last 11 years, Mayor Horvath, you can pass judgment from the Francophone community on both the city and especially Ward 6. I'm open to that, fair game, no problem. To recap quickly, in 2014, the City of Hamilton, I got Council's unanimous support to purchase the 9.5-acre Broughton site because for 20 years, my community of about 2,000 homes in Broughton East and West had volunteer efforts through fundraising efforts, had helped to place and build playground equipment, splash pads, sun shelters, basketball courts, benches, pathways at Broughton East Park. 20 years that they were enjoying it with the assumption someday that it would be owned by the city. I put in a bid with Council's unanimous support. Lo and behold, the Mon Avenir put in a similar bid the same time to purchase for their elementary school. And under the Education Act, other school boards are a higher seed than the municipality. They went out on the purchase and sale. So and remember now, they wanted to build a 300 school population elementary school only. Okay, fast forward now, they placed a lawsuit against the provincial government of the day, Premier Wynn's government, under discriminatory reasons and claims about the dual bilingualism of our country, and they weren't being treated as fairly as English public and English Catholic. And Mayor Horvath, if my 5 minutes comes up, if you have other speakers, fine. I don't want to lose my train of thought, but I'm trying to do my best on a Reader's Digest version in light of comments. So just let me know. I appreciate your indulgence, but if you have to put me on second time, I'm willing for that.
So at this point, Councillor Jackson, you're at 3 minutes right now.
Yep.
I would say this, though. I have been lenient on this topic. We didn't go to votes for a second-time speakers, which was what our normal process is. So I apologize for that as the chair of this meeting and the mayor, that we didn't go to the vote for the second-time speakers. So I believe that for the remainder of this topic, we're going to continue with that. That's the fair way to continue with this item. So you can continue, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I appreciate it. I'll try to wrap it up in those 2 minutes. Thank you. Anyway, so they filed a lawsuit claim. The Premier Wynn's government settled the lawsuit on one condition. Mon Avenir would have to build a combined Francophone school with Viamont. Suddenly, and they provided multi-millions of dollars for the new school. Suddenly, Mon Avenir had to build a larger school with Viamont, and the architect that reported to the boards, I read the letter from the architect, said to Mon Avenir and the boards, suddenly the Broughton East site of 9.5 acres was too small for the combined school that would have upwards of a maximum of 800 students. Lo and behold, Mon Avenir representatives, let me repeat that. Mon Avenir representatives contacted Councillor Jackson. Tom, can you help us find a new site, please? We need a larger site. The 7-year journey after 2018 began, torturous. It was a long, tortuous journey. We knocked on private sector doors. We knocked on public sector doors. We found an old school building. Renovations would have been too costly. I knocked on Mr. Paul Silvestri's door about 3 years ago. I heard about a 60-acre site he had on Gardner Road that was opposite of, oh, my goodness, an institution, Redeemer College. So I knew, I did my homework. I found out, Mayor Horvath, that an institution of a school, the zoning allows for it. I thought, perfect. Mr. Silvestri, what are you planning to do with your 60 acres, Councillor? I'm going to submit a plan of subdivision someday. Do you want to free up some land for a new school? He got back to me and said, okay, for the right price, I will. Then negotiations happened last term of council between our real estate department, Mayor Horvath, and the Mon Avenir School Board. That was the lead for the combined school. Lo and behold, with council's unanimous support last term, which I was deeply grateful for, we purchased a 14-acre site. And I can assure you, the city paid a heck of a lot more for that 14-acre site than Mount Avenir paid for the Broughton East 9.5-acre site. So they're getting a bigger, 5 more acres of land, which they now can build their combined school, have their football field if they want, like is at Bishop Ryan and St. John de Brebeuf. They can build that community center. They're going to have a separate road come in, paid for by the developer, off of Garner Road, similar to Henderson High School, up on Rymel Road and Upper Sherman. And I can finally, hopefully, the day's coming, Mayor Horvath, with hopefully council's ratification today on this item, that I can get the deeds to Broughton East Park, and my Broughton East Park community can have the assurance that that green space will be preserved for generations to come. I look forward to this win-win-win. To wrap up, Mayor Horvath, thank you the last 6 months. Your office has put the last oomph and muscle behind ensuring staff brought this report forward in 2025. Thank Councillor Tammy Huang.
Okay, Councillor Jackson, can you start either go on a second time, or unless you're wrapping up right now with just all the things?
Thank you to Councillor Huang and her office, Councillor Kassar as well with his cooperation, and my Broughton East Park community and the Francophone community, and Chairwoman Genevieve Grenier and Trustee Marcel Levesque. I look forward to the win-win day scenario. Thanks for your indulgence, Mayor.
No, my pleasure, Councillor Jackson. And in fact, one of my first meetings, actually even during the campaign, was with this group. So I've been very well aware of what's been going on for some time, and my staff have been very involved as well. And thank you for thanking them as well. I appreciate that. And so now, are there any other items that people would like to speak to or have voted on separately when it comes to this particular set of minutes? Seeing none, we'll then go to the vote.
I'll just remind the mayor and members of council again, this is the balance of the planning committee save and accept item 12.3, which is deferred to after closed session.
Thank you. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much, all. Now, if I am not mistaken, we are on to General Issues Committee Budget, November 17th, 2025. Am I correct? Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Maureen Wilson. May I please have a motion on the General Issues Committee Budget, November 17, 2025, GICB 25-009, to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Budget minutes of November 17th, 2025.
Sorry, Mayor, I don't mean to interrupt. We just need the motion to suspend the rules in order to introduce the minutes, as we were not within the 2-day time period.
Okay. That's not in my roadmap, but...
Sorry, previous page, Mayor.
Oh, spend rules, okay, I got it. We are therefore going to Councillor Jackson, is that correct? As the, Councillor Jackson as the Deputy Mayor to suspend the rules. So I'll be back to you in a second, please, if you don't mind, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Jackson, may I please have the motion to suspend the rule respecting the notice provision to introduce the minutes of the General Issues Committee budget meeting held on November 17th?
You may, Mayor Horvath. Councillor Maureen Wilson, can I use you then as the seconder? Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 1 Councillor Maureen Wilson. Section 5.8, paragraph 3 of the City's procedural bylaw 21-021, as amended, which provides that a minimum of 2 days shall pass before the minutes of a standing committee, selection committee, or other committee that reports directly to council is presented to council to provide adequate opportunity for review, be suspended in order to consider the minutes of GIC budget meeting held on Monday, November 17, 2025. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Apologize for the confusion. That's a 2/3 vote that's required, so we'll please go to an electronic vote. And that carries 13-0. Thanks very much. We are now then on to Councillor Maureen Wilson for the General Issues Committee budget minutes. So please go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Tom Jackson, that GICB 25009, being the minutes of the GIC budget meeting held on Monday, November the 17th be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. And just reiterating my thanks to all the residents who participated in that day.
Thanks very much. Are there any items within the minutes that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Seeing none, we'll then go to the vote, please. And that carries 13-0. We are now on to item 8, or the items in section 8, items for consideration. Correspondence from 8.1 is correspondence from Peter and Judith DeSantis respecting sanitary sewer work on Glover Road. Bill number 208 to impose sanitary sewer and sanitary private drain connection charges upon owners of land abutting Glover Road from approximately 50 meters west of Rymel Road to approximately the end of property 71 Glover Road in the city of Hamilton. May I have a motion to receive and refer the correspondence to the consideration of Bill 208? Moved by, I don't see a mover. Move to receive, Councillor Spatafora, Councillor Beatty. Can we have a show of hands vote, please? No opposed by the looks of it, so that's unanimously passed. Thanks very much. And we're now on to the motion section of the agenda. So we're going to start with 9.1, which is reconsideration of the decision that was approved by the October 8th, 2025 council meeting respecting item 7.42, minute item 8.2 of the Emergency and Community Services Committee meeting of October 2nd, 2025, report PED 25-215, transition of Hamilton Veterans Committee to committee liaison group, citywide. Councillor Jackson, would you please present your motion?
With trepidation, I present this motion, Mayor Horvath. Can I just, instead of explaining it twice, can I just move? Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 10 Councillor Jeff Beatty. Reconsideration of the decision that was approved on October 8, 2025 council meeting respecting the minutes item 7.4, Roman numeral 2, minute item 8.2 of ECS committee, minutes of October 2nd, the report number listed, transitioning of the Hamilton Veterans Committee to community liaison group. And it's noted there, all the information, but I'd rather just speak to it once, hopefully when the reconsideration is approved. Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Seconded by Councillor Beatty.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. The reconsideration, again, is a 2/3 vote. Is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider? Seeing none, we'll go straight to the vote, please. That carries 11-2. Thanks very much. And then we're on to the motion itself. Please go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Moved by myself, once again seconded by Ward 10 Councillor Jeff Beatty. Consideration of this decision, as I listed before, and to 7.4, ECS 25-009, the minutes of the meeting October 2nd, transitioning of the Veterans Committee to a community liaison group, that report dated October 2nd respecting transitioning be received and the following recommendation be approved. A, that the transition of the Veterans Committee to Community Liaison Group reporting through Heritage Resource Management Section of Tourism and Culture Division of Planning and Economic Development Department be approved with the terms of reference, Division of Labor as defined in Appendices A and B attached to that report previous, that this transition not take effect until after November 12, 2025 to avoid any impacts to the City of Hamilton's 2025 Remembrance and Commemoration activities. Mayor Horvath, before any brickbats or darts and arrows are tossed at Ward 6, I eat humble pie. I wish to explain, and I'm sorry for the unnecessary debate that I put council through a month ago. yes, now I realize 90% are staring and glaring, and that's fine. I unfortunately, mistakenly, Mayor Horvath, I bundled together what I knew from my work on the Seniors Advisory Committee, that they strongly, like the Climate Action Advisory Committee, want to stay in fullness of their current status until at least the end of this term. I bundled together, because of my knowledge with the Veterans Committee, although never serving on it, but having been on selection to select members of veterans in the past before the process was changed, I mistakenly bundled together that they wished and probably would have wanted to do the same. After the council decision by a narrow vote, I ended up meeting with Councillor Beatty and one of the leads, a major that's been involved for many years and has served our country so notably and capably for our freedom over the years, and has been a wonderful volunteer on the Veterans Committee of past. I met with him, spent a half hour together, and I'm paraphrasing, although he said at first they, were wondering how this would all work out with the transition. At the end of the day, they were extremely satisfied, and I want to give kudos to the staff liaison, Christopher Redford, who's done a marvelous job always with the veterans. I wish to apologize to him if there was any inference that was never intended on my part. And so today corrects that unfortunate mistaken notion that I had a month ago, Mayor Horvath. And this allows the Veterans Group to be permanently as a community liaison group within the wonderful department of the city, that they will have a great working relationship with the staff. Brickbats and darts and arrows can follow after the vote. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you for your gracious comments, Councillor Jackson, and we're all human, so that's appreciate that. And are there any further than speakers to this? Councillor Nam, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jackson, for this reconsideration. Now I understand it. So it is to go back to the staff's recommendation based on all the work that was done under the advisory groups moving to community liaison. So if I could just get confirmation from staff, this is going back into alignment with the original direction that came to Emergency Community Services.
That's correct.
I'm
My
seeing
understanding
nodding
is.
at the bench. Thank you so much. Appreciate
We'll
it.
go to Director Abbott, please.
Lisa Abbott, Director of Culture and Tourism. Through the chair to respond to the councillor, you are correct.
Okay, thank you then, Councillor Nan. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I wasn't sure the intention of the reconsideration, but now that I understand it, I just want to say thank you to Councillor Jackson and just compliment him, because it's a sign of intelligence, wisdom, and integrity when you get new information to be able to change one's mind. So I really appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, all. I don't see any further speakers on the motion that's before us, which was the original staff recommendation, and so we will have that vote, that retake of that vote, please. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much. We are now on to the 9.2, which is 55th Annual Juno Awards 2026, temporary extension of hours for liquor stores. Councillor Kretsch, would you please present your motion?
Yes, and it's for liquor sales, not liquor stores. I want to be clear about that. We don't have any jurisdiction over liquor stores.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. I just didn't want anyone to mishear. Really briefly. Staff asked me to bring this forward because the Junos asked them to bring it forward. And as a downtown councillor, where the event's going to happen, I said, sure, as long as we have some safeguards in place to make sure that suddenly if people are out enjoying themselves later, they're not making things worse for everybody else, then, and we do, we have some safeguards in here, and thanks to staff for putting them in here, that people be able to be open a little bit later in a staggered way. So that means that some places will open at different hours to make it so that it's not a concentration in one specific area, but just to allow some more flexibility for people to be out celebrating the Junos later, because of course the event itself happens a bit later in the day. So this allows people to do that. And I'm happy to support it. I don't have a seconder. I didn't organize that, unfortunately. Okay. The mayor was first, so she's seconding that. And that's all I have to say on the subject. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And as folk, I appreciate that, Councillor Kretsch. And the appendix is there also from the Junos explaining the pieces, if I'm not mistaken. So on that, then are there any discussion further? Councillor Clark, please.
So I didn't see set times that we're going to permit. Are we indicating exactly how long bars will be permitted to stay open, how early in the morning bars will be permitted to open?
Thanks, Councillor Clark. We'll go to Director Abbott, please.
Thank you, Lisa Abbott, Director of Culture and Tourism. Through the chair to respond to the question. The Junos have not specified because we are still working through that with the AGCO. It is anticipated that 4 a.m. would be the latest, with bars choosing to close at either 1, 2, 3, or 4, as Councillor Kretsch indicated, so that we have staggered stop times. Thank you.
And the opening times will be the standard?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could just get clarity, I know that staff had mentioned that there's going to be a community ambassador program in relation to supporting the community and individuals who are going to be able to stay out later and enjoy these establishments, and clarity that the events themselves are very specific, invite-only, ticketed events, that kind of thing, versus general public consumption of alcohol going later in the day. If I could just get clarity on those two points.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Director Abbott?
Thank you. To respond through the chair, you are correct. There are some industry events that will be open later in the evening. However, there will also be Juno Fest events, which are organized by Caris, that will be open to the public. So a little bit of a mixture of both. And the ambassador program is something that we're looking at that has been replicated in other cities, such as Ottawa in the Byward Market and in Vancouver. This is something that we're piloting for the Junos with the intention of seeing if this is a program that may be able to continue afterwards. And we are partnering with members of the community so that these ambassadors would be appropriately trained, not just volunteers, to be able to offer the right support for the right situation, and themselves be in situations with multiple numbers so that safety is a priority for themselves as well as the folks that they want to take care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And if I could just have an opportunity to hear a little bit more about that ambassador program in terms of the specifics. So, Mayor, as we know, there's been a lot of discussion and education in the community generally around the correlation between increased alcohol consumption and sexual harassment, sexual violence in the community, whether it's related to arts-based programming, entertainment industry programming, or sports games. So if I could just get clarity, the Community Ambassador Program will do what with that information?
Thank you. To respond through the chair, the ambassadors will be paired, and they will be on the streets patrolling later in the night, so that let's say that there's an establishment that closes and there's a massive influx of people into the street. It's helping people to get into the right transportation if someone needs a little bit of extra assistance. It's also if they're coming across folks that are in need, they would have the training provided to be able to help assist them. The need out there is great. I wouldn't say that this is going to, resolve massive challenges that we're seeing, but I think that it is a step in order to mitigate the risk. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to emphasize that piece around community ambassador work to help mitigate the risk of those kinds of behaviors from occurring at a time that we are hoping to celebrate in the community around the arts. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. I don't see any further speakers on this item. So we'll then go to the vote, please, on the motion. Moved by Councillor Kretsch. It's up momentarily. There it goes. And that carries 14 to 0. We're now on to notices. Actually, I do believe I have 9.3 first. Ward 3 Community Resilience Grants, Fall 2025 allocations revised. Councillor Nan, would you please present your motion?
Certainly, it's seconded by myself. No, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wang. Thank you so much. This is the fall allocation, so council will be familiar with the Ward 3 grants. This comes from non-property tax revenues that are a result of the bell towers at the stadium. There was a revision in the whereas clause to make sure that we reference those funds appropriately. And in terms of the allocations, really want to say thank you to everybody who applied to these, I call them micro grants, but they're fundamentally about building resilience in the Ward 3 community and supporting those organizations and individuals who often don't get access to funding and yet provide really important programming for our residents. And so to Afro-Canadian Caribbean Association for their senior wellness program, to Queer Dimes for basketball tournament that's held annually in the ward, Stack Hamilton for a youth soccer program, to the Somali community for their girls program, to Eva Rothwell Center for their Stimulate the Brain tutoring program, to St. Matthew's House for their 412 Barton Neighbors Together program, to Adelaide Hoodless Elementary School for their Pollinator Rain Garden enhancement, to the Hamilton Public Library for a community youth garden at the Barton branch, the Children's Garden Project for their community fall harvest festival, to Schmendrick Hospitality for the Little Greenhouse of Horrors that took place at Gage Park, to Writing Relations Hamilton for the Tools of Change program to be rolled out here in the city, which will benefit Ward 3 residents and go beyond, Stinson Community Association for their community engagement projects, to the Hamilton Festival Theatre Company for Frostbites this year, as well as to the Hamilton Foundation for Student Success for their Warm Wishes and Community Cheer event for Ward 3 residents. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. I don't see any speakers to this item, so therefore we will go to a vote electronically. That's up. And that carries 14 to 0. Members of council, I didn't realize that a motion that I had circulated on the strengthening pedestrian and roadway safety is under notices of motion, and I had intended it to be an actual motion. And and I was just going to say, and so with your indulgence, I'm going to ask for a waiving of the rules. So could we have that, please, first? A waiving. Oh, I'm heading over the chair.
But
oh,
just
wait, the clerk.
before we do, we have item 10.1 first, another reconsideration notice, if you just want to cover that, and then we'll deal.
Oh, yes, Councillor Taddison, or Councillor Wilson. Yes.
Oh, I see.
I believe Councillor
I'm
Taddison's
sorry.
is just
Right
a
on.
notice of motion.
Right on. So we'll go, but I don't understand now. We're dealing with motions, and we want to do 10.1 and then 10.2.
Correct.
Okay, in the order. Okay. No, so then we'll go to 10.1 first, reconsideration of the decision that was approved by, at the June 2023 council meeting, respecting the minute item 7.8, removal of city tree located at 1415 Trinity Church Road, Ward 11. Councillor Maureen Wilson, would you please present your motion to suspend the rules in order to consider the reconsideration motion?
Thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Taddison, that the rules of order be suspended to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting the reconsideration of the decision that was approved at the June 21st, 2023 council meeting respecting minute item 7.8, removal of the city tree located at 1415 Trinity Road West in Ward 11.
Thanks very much. On the reconsideration, any comments or sorry, on the suspension of the rules. I just want to say, folks, I am so sorry. I have a lot of irons in the fire right now, considering all the moving pieces that are happening in our city. And I'm not just talking about last night, but there's a lot. And so I apologize. I said to Councillor Jackson, you should be chairing the meeting today. But please go ahead on the waiving of the rules, please. Anything on that? Anybody? No? Okay. So then we'll go to that vote. And that carries. Oh, sorry. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much. Now, Councillor Maureen Wilson, could you please go ahead with your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. On the theme of humility and changing one's mind, thank you, Councillor Jackson. I'm actually very pleased to lean into this reconsideration and to take full responsibility for what I believe was an error in judgment in my original vote. I'll just read the therefore be resolved that the owner of 1415 Trinity Road be permitted to obtain a tree removal permit of a public tree, that forestry staff be directed to waive all tree removal permit and loss of canopy fees for the removal of the city tree, that the owner of 1415 Trinity Road West be responsible for funding the tree removal and stump grinding of the above-mentioned public tree. I fully support the policy as it pertains to trees, public asset, and the procedural work that must be done in the consideration of the removal. I also believe it is my responsibility as a public servant to abide by policy, but also to exercise my judgment and to center in my service what I believe is core to my service, and that is always the health and safety of a child. That has always been core to my service. It will always remain core to my service, and it informs my vote. Regretfully, it didn't in this case. So I had the opportunity, thanks to Councillor Taddison for his graciousness, in going to the site, speaking with the homeowner, who happens to be a mother of 3, just like me, listening to her concerns, spending considerable amount of time at site, looking at the site, looking at the movement of traffic, listening to what happens when the DART vehicle comes with her child, who is very special. And I think to that end, it is, I believe, my obligation to acknowledge her concerns and to accommodate them. So that is my wish, to have this reconsidered. I also would like to state for the public record that I have a great deal of admiration for the tenacity of my colleague from Ward 11. He is a strong advocate for his constituents. And there are going to be occasions where we're going to agree to disagree. But on this one, he was right. And I appreciate his commitment to that mother, those children, and erring on the side of caution. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. I see the clerk looking at me with...
No, I just want to clarify for everybody, because this is one of those fun, clerky, procedural things that we just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page for. So we have passed a motion to suspend the rules to allow the reintroduction of the reconsideration motion, which was a 2/3. We now need a second 2/3 motion to actually put it back on the floor. So now we vote on the reconsideration. Then the motion is back on the floor, and then Councillor Taddison will be free to move his amendment. So we have one more motion to get through before it's officially back on the floor.
Okay.
There was no issue with the introduction. We can take all of that as reasons to
You don't have to hear me drone on.
to pass the reconsideration is what I'm saying.
Councillor Spatafor is very grateful for that.
Okay, so then just to be clear, we're now having that second vote for the actual reconsideration?
That's
And then we'll go to the amendment.
That is correct.
Okay, so please identify your votes electronically. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Okay, so then we're on to the consideration of the original motion. Councillor Tattison, would you please present?
So we'll just actually need a motion to put it on the floor, which I'm assuming we will take from Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Tattison, which will put the original motion back on the floor. And then that allows now Councillor Tattison to move his amendment.
Okay, so then that would be moved by Councillor Wilson or Councillor Tattison, and second by Councillor Wilson to put it back on the floor, or opposite? Opposite. Councillor Wilson, moved by Councillor Tattison. See, it's not just me, folks. It's not just me. To present the, to put on the floor the previous motion. So to put that on the floor.
So we don't
That's,
need, yep,
go
so
ahead.
that's on the floor. We don't need a vote yet. It's just now it's on the floor, and now Councillor Tattison can move his amendment to the original
Okay, the motion to put it
motion.
on the floor. Okay, can you then go ahead, Councillor Tattison, with your amendment? It is just.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. This is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor M. Wilson. I'll skip down to the therefore it be resolved. I think everyone understands this, and then I'll say something afterwards that goes to the details. Therefore, be it resolved that council decision of June 21st, 2023, respecting item 7.8, removal of a tree located at 1415 Trinity Church Road, be amended as follows. That property owner of 1415 Trinity Road be permitted to apply and receive a tree removal permit for city tree ID 31811. That forestry staff be directed to waive the loss of canopy fees for the removal of the city-owned tree located at 1451 Trinity Church Road if the property owner commits to planting a minimum of 8 new trees on their property within 24 months of tree removal with species and placement approved by city forestry staff. That the property owner of 1415 Trinity Road be responsible for tree removal, permit fees, and the complete cost of tree removal and stump grinding of the above-mentioned public tree using a licensed contractor. That the replacement trees must have a combined mature canopy coverage that exceeds the canopy loss of the removed tree and must be native species appropriate for the local environment. That if the property owner fails to complete the agreed tree planting within the specified time frame, the full loss of canopy fee becomes immediately payable. The city forestry staff monitor compliance with the tree replacement commitment and report any non-compliance to the Ward 11 councillor, and that the city clerk forward a copy of this resolution to the general manager of public works and the director of forestry services for implementation. So I think I'll just briefly talk for maybe about 30, 40
Please go
seconds.
ahead.
The residence driveway, as we know, it's in a blind spot at the bottom of a hill. The hill has a slope of 4 degrees. The resident would like to widen her driveway and move it a little further south away from the top of the hill. The city pine tree stands in the way of that objective. A city report says visibility for stopping on this grade is only 70 meters. An example for me of why speed and distance matter. I did some research using my ChatGPT. A car braking from 86 kilometers per hour on wet pavement downhill will be traveling 32 kilometers after 70 meters of braking. A car braking from 85 kilometers on that same wet hill will be traveling 21 kilometers per hour after 74 meters. This is important because car occupant fatality risks drop from 25 to 30% for collisions happening between 30 and 40 kilometers down to 5 to 10% for accidents that happen for vehicles traveling at 20 kilometers per hour. The city has taken several measures that help with speed involving signage and pavement, and those are truly appreciated. Allowing this motion to widen and the driveway Allowing this motion to widen and move the driveway will help with stopping distances increasing it possibly up to 5 meters. As I've stated, that distance does matter and can be life-saving. In this reconsideration,
Hold on. I'm
the
just going to
resident-
turn the sound mixer down.
Can I
'Cause I've
just,
got,
excuse me, we have
the
somebody.
council meeting open another screen. 1 second.
Yes, we're just going to have to stop for a second, Councillor Taddison. We have a bit of a problem here with our audio.
Tell Patrick McDonald to mute himself.
Okay, we're good? Okay, apologize, Councillor Taddison, for that, but
No
please go
problem.
ahead.
No problem. I don't think it'll take away from the moment. In this reconsideration, the resident will plant trees under city guidance that will more than make up for the concerns of the canopy loss. I'm hoping for your support on the reconsideration that helps this resident take one more step to de-risk this dangerous situation for her family on this rural road location. A big thanks to my seconder, Councillor M. Wilson. Your efforts to drive out to the site, speak with my resident were truly appreciated. I can't say enough about your willingness to look at this again with me. It makes sense to me. I hope it makes sense to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taddison. Councillor Kretsch, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks very much. I didn't know what the reconsideration was specifically going to be about. We don't always get full copies of amendments or things, and if it was sent to me, I didn't see it. So I appreciate the fact that this is actually a very different motion. And so the original motion was suggesting that we just sort of waive the canopy fee, waive the permit fee, and just do it. And this is actually suggesting replacing trees at a rate that's higher than the current canopy that's there, which is a good thing, which makes sense to me, and which is why I didn't support it in the first place, because I wanted to make sure that we didn't lose part of our canopy. And it looks like we're not only maintaining it, but then in the future, of course, as these trees mature and grow, we'll have an even greater canopy. So I can support that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Nam, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Taddison for doing a go-around to all of his colleagues that initially voted against the motion when it came to council previously, and to get a sense of what was at the heart of the no. And I think the solution put forward in this amendment here takes care of the value-based governance that some of us used in our decision-making last time, and also the specifics around the site, the scenario of the family, to really give us an opportunity to have that conversation. So appreciating the amendment, we'll be happy to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. I don't see any further speakers. So now on the motion that Councillor Taddison has just put before us, we will go to the electronic vote, please. And that carries 15-0. And now I will hand the chair over to Councillor Jackson in order to introduce a notice of motion myself.
Mayor, did you want to introduce a notice of motion?
I would love to do that.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, and I'm not going to keep apologizing, but nonetheless, 10.2 is my motion, and it was is one that I believe our team circulated to the councillors, and it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson, I believe, if that's, by Councillor Pauls, and we've had some assistance from a couple of other councillors in putting it together. So for those who did, I want to say I very much appreciate it.
And this is to suspend right now?
This is to suspend,
Suspend
yes.
in order to consider the motion,
Yes,
Mayor
sir.
Horvath?
Thank you.
City Clerk Trenum, are we clear about that, please?
Yes, we are. So as a 2/3 majority, suspend the rules to allow the mayor to introduce the motion today.
Wonderful, Mayor. How's that? And then we'll keep your wonderful speech once hopefully this is approved to suspend.
Absolutely, thank you.
Perfect. Okay. Everybody's understanding what we're voting on to suspend. We need 2/3 so that the mayor's motion can proceed. E-vote, please, or manual. Mayor, you got your 2/3 plus. continue with the motion
Thank you,
and
Councillor
explain, please.
Jackson.
Thank you.
So the motion is whereas the City of Hamilton has adopted a Vision Zero approach to roadway safety, the 2019-2025 Vision Zero Action Plan, which recognizes that no loss of life or serious injury on our roads is acceptable and commits to eliminating traffic-related fatalities and serious injuries, and the city is currently in the process of approving the updated 2026 to 2031 Vision Zero Action Plan. Whereas the City of Hamilton remains committed to building a transportation network that prioritizes safety through evidence-based design, enforcement, education, and community engagement, whereas the City of Hamilton recognizes the efforts of city staff and frontline personnel, including crossing guards, public works, road safety team, and law enforcement officials whose work is essential to advancing Vision Zero and protecting pedestrians and other vulnerable road users. Whereas in recent days, the city has experienced 2 tragic pedestrian fatalities. On Thursday, November 13th, 2025, a beloved Hamilton crossing guard was fatally struck on his way to work. And on Saturday, November 15th, a 42-year-old pedestrian was struck on Wilson Street West near McClure Road in Ancaster and later succumbed to her injuries. Whereas the Hamilton Police Service has commenced full investigations into both incidents, including collision reconstruction analyses, to determine the circumstances that led to each tragedy. Whereas the province of Ontario has discontinued the use of automated speed enforcement cameras, resulting in the removal of Hamilton's 4 active automated speed enforcement units, with an additional 4 previously approved for installation in community safety zones. And whereas the removal of automated speed enforcement cameras eliminates an important tool used to deter speeding and reduce collision risks, particularly in school zones and areas with other vulnerable road users, and requires the city to urgently reassess safety conditions at these locations to maintain necessary protections for pedestrians and road users, and vulnerable road users, that's supposed to say. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to undertake an immediate citywide review of vulnerable road user safety hotspots, including but not limited to school zones, community safety zones, high-volume pedestrian corridors, and locations with recent or recurring serious collisions in order to identify potential immediate, short-term, and long-term interventions and report back to the General Issues Committee with findings, recommended actions, and the cost of implementation in Q2 2026, with the review and recommendations being informed by Hamilton Police Service enforcement data, and analysis of the public engagement data collected during development of the 2026 to 2031 Vision Zero Action Plan, best practices used in jurisdictions that have achieved the fewest number of injuries and/or fatalities among road users. B, that staff be directed to identify and implement, where feasible, interim or rapid deployment safety measures at locations determined to present elevated risk to pedestrians or other vulnerable road users, including but not limited to temporary curb extensions, flexible bollards, or enhanced signage, or pavement markings, etc. While the comprehensive review is going on, that staff be directed to review and prioritize the 4 locations previously equipped with automated speed enforcement cameras, as well as the 4 additional sites approved for installation, and recommend replacement measures such as traffic calming, enhanced enforcement, or rapid deployment safety infrastructure to mitigate the loss of automated speed enforcement supported speed control, and report back to the General Issues Committee with preliminary findings and recommended actions as soon as possible on these 8 sites. That staff be directed to vigorously pursue funding opportunities, including through the province's new Road Safety Initiatives Fund, to support and expedite these improvements, and that this motion be forwarded to the Minister of Transportation, seeking continued and enhanced provincial support for Vision Zero aligned municipal road safety initiatives, including funding for pedestrian and school zone infrastructure improvements.
So now the generosity of the Deputy Mayor, Mayor Horvath, your 5-minute speech now can begin, please.
After introducing my motion, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Councillor Jackson. And I'm not going to take the full amount of time. But I do want to say, I think this is a moment in time where we need to reflect on what's happened in our community and the pain, obviously, of the people directly impacted by these losses of life, including family, of course, and friends and community members, and of course some of our own staff. And want to say that it behooves us then to take that seriously and recognize that this is something that impacts the entire community. So the loss is not only felt, by those most close to the people whose lives were lost in these horrifying situations, but also to the community at large. There continues to be concern about safety on our roads. There continues to be worry about how people might travel in various modes on our streets, on our sidewalks, in a way that's safe and in a way that they feel that they don't have to worry about getting to their destination without any kind of incident that is threatening to their life or their well-being. And so, although we have some initiatives, and I want to say thank you to the councillors previously and this term of council as well, and the staff who've worked very hard on Vision Zero initiatives and Complete Communities and all of those initiatives. I think it behooves us right now at this point in time to kind of recommit and do everything we can to, provide the community with a sense that we're paying attention when these things become, that we're always paying attention, but when these things become such that the entire community is saying we need some answers quickly in the context of us having a removal of some of the tools that we know had been reducing the likelihood of these kinds of incidents of occurring, then it does behoove us to take a look to see what we can be doing immediately to ensure that we're filling the holes, of course, of the removal of those tools, but also making sure that where things can be improved in terms of public safety, in terms of road safety, in terms of safety of pedestrian and other vulnerable road users, that we're doing everything we possibly can. And so with that, I would just ask councillors to support this motion. And again, I want to express my sincere condolences as the mayor of the city to everyone who has been impacted by the tragedies, the fatalities that we saw in the last couple of weeks. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Very timely. You have sparked quite a list of interested speakers. I'll now go to Councillor Esther Pauls, please. 5 minutes, Esther. Councillor Pauls.
I won't need much. The mayor said it all, and I want to thank her for doing this, and it's an honor to be the seconder. I just want the public to know, especially on Upper Wentworth. 4 years ago, people were telling me that street needs to be reviewed, and we did 4 years ago a review, and we implemented a lot of safety measures like speed bumps, sidewalks, and pathway. We have a pathway. We resurfaced the road from the link to Mohawk, just past Mohawk, and we had islands. They were widened and reconfigured, so we did the work. But this motion says to look at it again, review it. There must be something that's happening. In that street, 3 people were struck. 3 people died, and people email me and say they want something done. So I do appreciate the mayor putting this, that we could look at it closely to see what else we can do. So thank you, and thank you for having me sponsor it.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. I know you were the first to respond with a heavy heart when you heard of the tragedy. Councillor Craig Cassar, please. 5 minutes.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Jackson. Yeah, as the mayor mentioned, we do have plans and actions, but we need to do more, and that's what this is about. And I thank the mayor for taking the lead on this and also for allowing input into the motion. I was afforded that opportunity and appreciate that being included. Vulnerable road users really need to be prioritized, not just accommodated, because humans make mistakes, and mistakes should not lead to a serious injury or death. That's what this is about. I wanted to speak to Part 3 and number 1 around looking at jurisdictions where Vision Zero has been done well and has great results. There are many successes of this around the world. Sweden, of course, is the originator of Vision Zero and has among the lowest rates of injuries and deaths in the world. Hoboken, New Jersey is an example. As of 2025, they've recorded 7 consecutive years without a single traffic-related fatality. What have they done? They have speed limit reductions, protected bike lanes, leading pedestrian intervals, curb extensions, and intersection daylighting, which means there's proper visibility as you approach an intersection. There's not a car parked there or some other obstruction. Those exist. So we're doing some of those things. We need to do more. New York City has speed limit reductions, improved crossings, major street design. So this is about the engineering. And also they've expanded speed camera coverage, something we are no longer able to do. Other examples, Japan and the UK actually are the countries with some of the lowest fatality rates globally, and they have attributed their success to systematic safety engineering and policy approaches. Again, it comes down to road design. Another excellent example, and a country I was able to visit in May as part of the Healthy Urban Policy, I know I've spoken about this before, but it is Finland, and specifically Helsinki. Their Urban Environment Division, which is what they call Public Works, has stressed the mission success of their reduction in deaths, and they've got a year without a fatality of a pedestrian or vulnerable road user, is based on data-driven, long-term mobility policies and urban development strategies that have transformed what was once a car-centric capital. Now, unlike a position we're in now, and very similar climate to what we have here in Hamilton. In many parts of the city, roads have been narrowed, trees have been planted with the deliberate goal of making drivers uncomfortable. And that's important because that forces people to slow down. The rationale is that complex urban landscapes force drivers to be more cautious in populated areas. And that's what we're dealing with, is highly populated areas where people are. So summarizing common strategies, lowering speed limits, redesigning high-risk roads and intersections, expanding pedestrian crossings and protected bike lanes. I'm now summarizing other locations in order to save time. Deploying speed and red light cameras. Again, we're limited there. Equity-focused safety improvements in vulnerable neighborhoods. And that's part of, in the mayor's motion, to look at hotspots and where there's the greatest risk. But in summary, the greatest successes are found in jurisdictions that combine political commitment, and we're taking a step towards that here. Infrastructure investment around designing things so that they are safe. If someone makes a mistake, they should not be penalized with their life, and rigorous data-driven interventions. So I'm very happy that we're taking this step here today. Specifically in Ward 12, I recently got council's endorsement for an investment with the Daily School Route. Work's been done in 3 other wards previously to review safe routes to school so that children can ride and roll to school safely, and parents have the freedom and knowledge to know that, and assurance that they can get to school safely. So I think that needs to be part of this too, as parallel paths, because it's not just one thing to act on the recommendations that DSR will provide for Ward 12. And I would hope that we can prioritize our budget spending going forward to make things safe. So one final thing I'll say here is that safety is just a third of the equation of building a great city for people. The other 2 are being comfortable and convenient. So that applies to people not in cars, people in cars, people using public transit. And at the end of the day, investing in transit, investing in active transportation means less cars on the road, which is better for everybody. So thank you, Mayor, for this motion. I will absolutely be supporting it and hope this is one step of many to come to make Hamilton safer.
Thanks, Councillor Kassar, for your excellent speech and research, and again, saddened by the tragedy in your ward recently on Wilson. Next, Councillor Jeff Beattie. Your 5 minutes starts now. Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you. Also appreciate this coming forward. Thank you for the work that's gone into this. It's always unfortunate when we have to be spurred in this manner. I think back to the intersection I live nearby in the late 90s. The community had called for the installation of a stoplight, simple stoplight to be installed, and it was told it's not warranted, it's not warranted, it's not warranted. It took the loss of a life before that stoplight was installed. So always saddened that we have to reach this threshold sometimes to move as quickly as we are. My question pertains to, and I think that there's some strong language in this, and I'm appreciative for this. But I'm unsure as to how some of the areas within my community might fit into the criteria that's been listed here. And I want to give a couple of examples. So I have a corridor where planning changes led to the installation of a hard curb, which forces pedestrians to walk on a major arterial road, which is partially urbanized, a truck route, a transit route, a QEW access road, and an escarpment access road. I have another corridor where vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists are literally funneled, forced to share the same space as they head towards one of the largest outdoor amenity areas in Confederation Park in the city. To the point where we've had delegates come to Public Works to highlight the multiple conflict points along this route about a month ago. And we've been hearing this for a period of time. And of course, you've heard me consistently talking and discussing the overpasses in the community that I have, where we've allowed for development to take place on the north side of the QEW. We've allowed for all the commercial and service industry to be built on the south side of the QEW, and we have not put proper pedestrian connections to allow safe passage for people to go from north to south. And as early as last year, a resident was struck in the arm by the mirror of a passing vehicle. Now, thankfully, it was a mirror that caused a fracture. That's the extent of the industry, but I call that a near miss. I call that a major concern, and thank God, literally, that it wasn't worse. So my question is, I have identified consistently, and I don't want to sound disparaging to staff. I have been working with staff. We have been developing programs and processes to try to address these problems. We've got stuff on the books. I've made motions. I have more motions coming forward, funding sources allotted, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm trying to understand, I don't know that these areas that have been identified by me, identified by my community, if they would meet the criteria that's set out in this motion. And I'm looking to see how I might be able to ensure that as we're taking a holistic look through these identified problem areas, that we ensure that the areas that have been identified to me by my community are very specifically included in that review.
So would you like an answer from the bureaucracy, Councillor Beattie, General Manager Kennedy, and/or Acting Director Mike Field for
I think
that kind
might
of assurance?
be most appropriate. Yes, thank you.
General Manager Kennedy, can you please respond?
Yes, Jackie Kennedy, General Manager of Public Works. The question about the specifics in your community, I don't have the particulars of those in front of me at the moment. I can tell you that the work that we have started and is underway, I believe the expectation is that that would continue. And we will need to absorb this and look at how we would staff to support this response in the timeframes outlined. The work on in-road safety reviews is continual. It is work that is a high priority for the roadway safety team, and we do it every day as a part of the work that team delivers. We know it's important, and we work with the councillors on that routinely, and I'm seeing lots of nods from you around the horseshoe on that as well. So Councillor Beattie, I can tell you that what we've started with you is expected to continue. Acting Director Brian Zafuto is online if there are specifics, as he's covering for Acting Director Mike Field this week.
I think right now that's great, General Manager Kennedy. And Mayor Horvath, I think Councillor Beattie is looking for maybe within your motion a broader scope geographically of accommodation. Mayor Horvath?
So thank you very much, Councillor Jackson and Councillor Beattie. So and actually to General Manager Jackie Kennedy as well. So the idea is this: we've lost some tools, but we know that there's work ongoing. We also know that there are short-term, medium-term, and long-term matters that are already being addressed in some ways. And so what the motion seeks to do is to look at what we would identify as the hot spots, particularly where we're losing now the tools, as well as where these incidents have occurred most recently, for things that can be done quickly. But there is also, and this is why we're giving a little bit of time for the Q2 in terms of the report back for the medium and longer term initiatives, because they may have, they may be complicated, they may need, staff may need significant amounts of time. So it's let's look at what we can do immediately and prioritize in that regard the low-hanging fruit, if you will, in areas where we've lost now tools, or where we were going to put tools in that we're now no longer going to be able to rely on for speeding particularly, but also to give the staff time to make sure that we understand what needs to be done in some of the more complicated projects, but it's citywide in terms of the rest. And again, as was identified by General Manager Kennedy, a lot of this work is ongoing, but as was mentioned by Councillor Kassar through you, Deputy Mayor, we have to be, as vigilant as possible, and bringing this back to this conversation at this timing was the point.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Beattie, you still have 3 minutes of speaking time.
Thank you, and I appreciate both answers from the general manager and the mayor. And again, the work that we've been doing with the Transportation Division and Transportation Planning, I'm very appreciative of it, Jackie. I don't mean to say anything other than that. My hope is, and the mayor, I think, has articulated it, there may not have been the incidents taking place in these corridors that would have generated that flag, if you were, whereby staff would say, oh yeah, and also these corridors here. Because again, through no act of universal help, we've managed to avoid serious incidents, but these are areas that have huge potential for conflict. And I guess that's what I'm trying to ensure, that there's the flexibility in the language that's been presented here, and at least the general sense of this motion is to try to look at all areas, both identified and those where there's potential conflict points that have been well documented by community members, by the political governance entities, and that if there's an opportunity to expedite changes over and above where we already are, through additional funding asks, through additional prioritization, my hope is that these areas that I've identified here very publicly could be added to that list. That's really the crux of what I'm trying to get at. Because if we're looking at this solely from a reactive standpoint, going out to the areas where we've already had problems and reevaluating them, that's great, but I'd also like to try to have us be a little more proactive as well, and look at areas of potential conflict that have been well documented by all levels. So that's my hope, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
The Deputy Mayor detected the assurances from the Mayor and as well from General Manager Kennedy, Councillor Beattie, and I know your office will continue to work with Acting Director Mike Field. Next on my speakers list, Councillor Tammy Huang. Your 5 minutes starts now, Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a quick little preamble. Last night, before the TD Coliseum VIP event, there was a town hall hosted in Ward 4. And in particular, we were talking about the potential Maine and Ottawa LRT enablement, the giant construction where it will shut down that entire intersection. And I had the pleasure of bringing in LRT office as well as HSR to come and speak with me at the town hall. The conversation went in a lot of different tangents, and one of them was actually around road safety. And it was very timely to see this motion come in front of us today, because the overwhelming sentiment in particular the Ward 4 neighborhood was that, yes, fine, okay, we still need a lot of work on figuring out what the HSR detours look like, but they also said that there are lots of safety concerns about driver behavior, and in particular, blowing through stop signs and speeding on residential roads. And so much of the community had also expressed their frustration as to how this, how we're tackling what Vision Zero looks like, and how does that look like in very residential neighborhood like Ward 4. So my question is, as we are undertaking this citywide review, and it's looking at it from a vulnerable road user's perspective, will we also include any organizations or departments that actually also share the roads with us? So I'm looking at ensuring that LRT office is being consulted, maybe HSR is being consulted, as well as active transportation, just because all of those aspects are exactly what I literally heard last night from the Ward 4 community of what they want is, and so I'm just, that we're not doing things in silos, because they asked me pointedly why road safety was not at the town hall last night. So I was like, well, we were talking about HSR, so, you know, but yeah, I hope that we can put that bug in GM Kennedy's ear to also consult with any departments that have access to the roads.
Councillor, thank you. General Manager Kennedy again, like Councillor B, she's looking for some assurances, please.
Thank you, and through the mayor, or the chair right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. The departments do, and the divisions, they do work together and collaborate on these. We have, through the leadership of the Transportation Division, an updated Vision Zero plan for 2026 to 2031, coming forward to Public Works Committee and then Council, or it may be GIC, I may need to confirm that. But it will be coming before this group in the first quarter of 2026 for your consideration, and that involves some public engagement and engagement across different divisions as well within the city. And so it's always a good reminder, Councillor Wang, to make sure we're talking to each other. But I can tell you that we are, and I think that work is going well with the collaborative approach.
Thank you.
You still have 3 minutes of speaking time, Councillor.
Thank you. My second question through you, Deputy Mayor, is when we speak about vulnerable road users, in my ward, I have several residents that are deaf and blind, and those come with very complex challenges when it comes to what we think about when vulnerable means. And in particular, we've been bringing this up very closely with Mike Field about just even something as very hyper-localized as railroad crossings. We have many railroad crossings across this city, and some of them do not have barriers that come down. And if you're a deaf and blind person, you don't hear or see the warning bells that go off. So it comes down to very deliberate, practical designs. So I wonder if we can also, again, bug in the ear of GM Kennedy of when we think about vulnerable road users, that we think about the most vulnerable, meaning those that are potentially deaf, blind, youngest, oldest, that sort of thing. So I hope that that is included in your classification of what a vulnerable road user would look like.
General Manager?
I don't have the specifics on that, but I can confirm that I will take some notes and bring that back to the team.
Thank
Take
you.
that under advisement. Thank you. Councillor, you got a minute left.
Highly supportive of this motion. I thank the mayor and Councillor Pauls for putting this forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tammy Huang. Next on my speakers list, Councillor Brad Clark. Your 5 minutes starts now. Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jackson. I do want to thank the mayor and Councillor Pauls for bringing forth this motion. It's completely appropriate given the decision by the provincial government as it relates to automated speed cameras. I've had an excellent working relationship with the Transportation Department, Mayor. It's important that I acknowledge they do amazing work. They are challenged because they're representing and dealing with 15 wards, and they're all the councillors are doing amazing work trying to slow down traffic in their areas. One of the struggles for me to explain to my residents is the traffic calming warrant process that we have, whereby if the 85th percentile is within a reasonable threshold of the posted speed limit, then traffic calming is not warranted. But that also means 15% are higher than that and are speeding. And when you have volumes of traffic, you could easily see hundreds of cars in a day speeding excessively through a community street. And so it's frustrated me over the years that we pay attention to the 85th percentile. And in my mind, it would be akin to the police department saying, well, our stats show 85% of the people are not drinking and driving, so we don't need to worry about any drinking and driving enforcement because most of them are not drinking and driving. The public would never accept that. And so they equally have a real hard time accepting that. If 85% are doing the speed limit or just a little bit over, and we ignore the other 15%, it's that 15% that are losing control and mounting curbs, hitting other vehicles, and causing collisions. So during the medium long-term part of this motion, if we could at the very least review that warrant process to see if there is at least some way of, if the speeds are really excessive in the 15%, that we are capturing it and we are implementing traffic calming appropriately. Once again, thank you, Mayor, for your motion.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Next on my speakers list, Councillor Cameron Kretsch. Your 5 minutes starts now, Councillor.
Thanks very much. Like everybody else, I'm supportive of the motion, and there's lots of things we're trying to do downtown right now to make the streets safer. Many residents, especially pedestrians and cyclists, have died downtown in the last 10 years. We hear about it frequently, and my condolences go to everybody who's impacted by what's happening in our city when it comes to road safety. I've invested about $4 million just this year in trying to address this issue. I have a motion coming forward to talk about reducing speeds, but I think something we all have to think about here is how, if we're going to do this, we are able to scale the city up to address, seriously address, road safety design. What Councillor Clark Kassar said is what I say to every resident at every town hall, because it comes up at every town hall I've ever had, is this notion or idea around enforcement, the notion idea around signage, and people really want to see more enforcement. They want to see more signage. We look at the science, it tells us, though, about 15% of the impacts are down to enforcement and signage, and 85% of the impacts are down to road design. Ultimately, that's what we have to change. It's extremely difficult to change road design. There are some easy things we can do, like adding parking to streets, for instance, to make it more difficult for people to have to pass one another, they have to slow down. That's something that other cities like Toronto have done in lots of dense neighborhoods where there were previously some major issues with safety. They found a way to use parking as a tool. In Montreal, they found a way to pedestrianize their streets for as much as humanly possible during the calendar year, in the warm months, in the winter months, to make sure there's corridors for pedestrians to travel safely. In Hamilton, we don't really have much downtown left in terms of an alleyway network, unfortunately. Most have been sold off. So we have to rely on closing down streets and making pedestrian corridors. We're trying to do some of that work right now between Gore Park and Hess Village, try and make some spaces downtown that are sort of permanently pedestrianized. It's a lot of heavy lifting for staff to do this. People have to manage those projects. So let's just say we decided, okay, at the end of this, we're going to increase our road safety projects and input by 50%. Then I guess we're going to have to hire more staff to do that work to manage those projects. The projects don't manage themselves. So I just want to say that now. Like when we commit to these things or things happen and we react to those things that happen, in the moment, I see a lot of commitment from people around that. Slowly, though, as time fades on and the issue maybe not as sharp, it comes to a budget process, we don't put the funds into it. It comes to the forbidden word FTEs, and we don't want to hire any to do the work. Those are the outcomes that are going to matter here, is for us to have the bravery to make sure that we're investing in safety in our communities, and that means in dollars and cents. And countless people downtown, countless, have asked for this work to be done. It is one of the most dangerous parts of our city. I could take anyone on a walk around here to see the near misses that happen while we're sitting here on a regular basis. This is in Wards 1, Wards 2, Ward 3, where situations are constantly happening. We've known folks who've been unfortunately killed while riding bicycles by the same kinds of vehicles that have killed pedestrians recently. And so last thing I'll say is that I do think it's important for us also to be educating the public around this subject to some extent, and I look forward to seeing what that looks like. One of the things I hear a little too frequently is that pedestrians bear responsibility for some of these things. They just do not. The provincial legislation makes it really clear that when you operate a motorized vehicle, and everyone in this room has a license knows this, when you operate a motorized vehicle, you have the ultimate responsibility to make sure you're driving safely. If you rear end someone else while you're driving, if you strike somebody else while you're driving, if you hurt someone or kill someone while you're driving, the responsibility is yours. And so we need to make sure that everyone understands that. We know who has the most responsibility in situations and look out for one another. There's other places in our city and the country. I want to say to Councillor Cassar, thanks for those examples. When I was in Nova Scotia not too long ago, there was a culture in the community in Halifax where every single car stops driving when they approach anyone that even looks like a pedestrian. I've seen people stop for a plastic bag. I've seen everything happen there. It's amazing to see that culture ingrained in the community there where people stop well back, they stop no matter what, and they take care when they're driving. That didn't happen overnight. And so we can do the same thing here in Ontario. We can do the same thing here in Hamilton. I'm looking forward to doing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crutch. Next on my speakers list, Councillor Maureen Wilson. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, echoing thanks to Mayor Horwath and to Councillor Esterpals for this timely motion. I would like to ask a question, if I could, through the Deputy Mayor to GM Kennedy. My recollection, GM Kennedy, we've had some discussion previously on data collection, and I believe that your staff are doing something that will put this city on the leading edge of data-informed Vision Zero measures, and that is the collection of data from looking at some public health sources. I think maybe emergency rooms and the like. Could I just seek confirmation of that, because I don't want to make it up.
GM Kennedy, please.
Thank you, through the chair. And Acting Director Brian Zafuto is online and can speak to this point, I think, if he's able to turn his camera on and
Are we going to be able to see
tell us about
him?
that initiative.
There he is. Acting
afternoon,
Director
everyone.
Zafuto. Welcome.
Thank you. Brian Zafuto, Manager of Business Initiatives, through the chair. In terms of data collection, there is value in looking beyond traditional transportation data. Public health sources can help identify broader patterns like injury trends, demographics, or areas with vulnerable populations, which can in turn strengthen our understanding of the residents and the risk to the residents, which in turn will help guide where safety interventions are most needed. So it's something that we are trying to incorporate as much as we can, and will be involved in our 2026 to 2031 Vision Zero action plan.
Councillor?
Thank you for that confirmation. My understanding is as valuable as the Hamilton Police Service enforcement data is and will be in informing our actions and highlighting trouble spots, the very point that Acting Director Zafuto made is it doesn't capture everything, and I would suggest it's analogous to almost slips and falls on our winter, on sidewalks in the winter. Some people do fall, and they may not register their injury through risk management. They may just take themselves directly to a healthcare provider to attend to that injury. And so we're missing that component. So I'm hoping that the mayor would entertain what I would consider a friendly amendment, that in A, we seek to include that public health data if and when it is available to inform our methodology.
Mayor Horvath, your response, please.
Absolutely, that's friendly.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank
Councillor,
you.
you still have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
All right.
Just a closing comment. I do remember at the beginning of this term of council, we had our bus ride, and we had some discussions at the coach house about what we heard at the election. And I recall clear unanimity around the horseshoe that the number one issue being raised that you heard at the door was concerns with safety on our streets. And while I appreciate the methodology and the role of staff, it's my opinion that ultimately this is a political decision, whether we're going to prioritize the safety of our children, the safety of our oldest residents, the safety of those that may have special needs and circumstances, and that we support each other in our work and have those discussions. While your residents may have a concern with what they deem to be onerous congestion, someone else's residents are experiencing concern, ongoing concern with the safety and security of their children, so that we rally behind each other and support each other in our efforts to make this a city that works for people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maureen Wilson. And now I have Councillor Matt Francis. Councillor, your 5 minutes starts now.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Jackson. And my colleagues have made some excellent points here, including the different car cultures in Canada. And I could say the same about Western Canada, which I witnessed firsthand. Drivers there are far more courteous towards pedestrians, and I'd like to see people slow down and consider the impacts of their actions. My question, though, is related to regarding D on the motion, the funding opportunities to GM Zegeric. I just want to know, does this motion include reviewing the use of ASC reserves, red light camera revenues, and how those revenues could be applied, or police resource impacts, or is that outside of the scope for staff?
Good question. General Manager Zegeric, please.
Through the chair, Mike Zegeric, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. That work will have to be initiated in the context of recent legislative changes with respect to automated speed enforcement. Automated speed enforcement was one of the inputs to the red light camera reserve that provided the capacity to put forward some of the Vision Zero investments. So that work will have to be undertaken to reflect the legislative changes, and we will report back to committee and council with respect to the reserve balance, and the sustainability of that reserve.
Sounds like possibilities. Councillor, floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you very much. And to be clear, so that wouldn't be broad enough in the scope of this motion, what you're requesting, or do you need council direction otherwise in a separate motion at a different time?
General Manager, could you build it into the motion as you take it under advisement?
Through the chair, with respect to the legislative changes, that is right now the scope of city's effort is to assess how that change will impact the reserve balance, and the sustainability of the reserve funding. If there's a broader scope from committee, we're happy to receive that direction from committee and council.
Okay, thank you. And that's not something I'll do right now, but I'll certainly have that conversation offline with you and see what we can bring forward. Thank you.
Good point, Councillor Francis. Thank you. And now I have Councillor Rob Cooper on the speakers list. Councillor, your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Just really a comment. I know as I've gone through neighborhoods in my ward, what comes up consistently is the need for, whether it be speed bumps, people doing over the speed limit, running stop signs. It really seems to be a systemic problem we have across the city. And so I know we're looking to really address hot spots, but I would argue that every street is a hot spot right now, okay? And so I would be hopeful that we would come back with some, I'll say, systemic changes in our community, whether it be through education or whatever, but this is a real concern, and it's a lot bigger than just the hotspots that we're identifying. So I'm hopeful as we start to work through this, we'll get some solutions that will be able to be cascaded through our neighborhoods as well. So thank you, Chair.
Good point, Councillor Cooper, and I think the mayor said she wanted to broaden this to be citywide in spite of the hotspots. So thank you all. That's the end of my speakers list. So moved by Mayor Horvath, seconded by Councillor Pauls. The vote is before you. E-vote or manual, please. Mayor Horvath, a powerful unanimous vote, 14-0. Chairs, back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Much appreciated, and thanks for your support. And I know I took notes on some of the specifics that folks raised, and I know my staff did as well, and I know that the city staff did as well. So I'm very, very grateful, and thank you. So now, just to make sure I'm actually following my roadmap, I think we're now on item 11, statements by members. I just want to do a little check-in. It's 12:30. We have statements by members. We have private and confidential, and there's one item that if you remember from GIC, that we moved to this meeting because we were running a little bit late. And so do you want to keep going, members of council generally? Okay, so if people need bio breaks and things like that, you can just kind of meet your needs as required. So on that point, we're now on to number 11 on the agenda, which is statements by members. And if you don't mind indulging me as the mayor, I usually wait till the end, but there's a couple things I would really like to share, and so I guess I'll pass it over to Councillor Jackson as I do my statement.
Lead us off, Mayor.
Thanks very much. First and foremost, just on the motion that we just passed, and that is just to acknowledge the tragic pedestrian deaths that took place in our city, on the mountain in Councillor Paul's ward, and of course in Ancaster and Councillor Cassar's ward, and also identifying that one of those folks was the City of Hamilton crossing guard. Two families, lots of friends, as I already mentioned, as we debated that motion, lots of people in community are facing an unimaginable loss. And I think it's important to identify that not only myself, but I would expect, and I know, in fact, that my heart is with them as they grieve, as all of your hearts are, as well as our organization as a whole is as well. And so they're really painful reminders of how fragile life is and why it's so important that we continue to do everything that we can to make our streets safer for everyone who walks or rides, or any vulnerable road user at all. But I also want to say that, reflecting on the comments of councillors around the table, that we also have to say to the people of this city, or the people who drive in this city, so not just Hamiltonians, but people who drive in this city. The other day, I watched a car coming eastbound on Main, turn right and go up the Bay Street bike lane as if it were an actual lane of traffic. It was shocking. I've watched people going the wrong way on one-way streets, not even realizing that they were heading in the wrong direction. I've watched people, and everybody's had this situation happen. You're at a stoplight. And the light turns, and the person is on their phone, on their device, and so you wait until they finally realize the light has turned. The opposite happens as well. They're on their phone, they don't see the light turned red. And so I want to say that we've done some work on that in terms of the advanced crossing, advanced ability for people to cross so that it shows drivers potentially that there are people in the crosswalk and they have to be careful, particularly for turning. But, I would say that we will do everything, and I know we will do everything we can when it comes to what we can do in terms of the physicality, the physical space when it's our roads, our sidewalks, speeds, all of the things, and we're committed to that, as I think we've identified very clearly for many years now, as well as reinforcing today. But I do have to say that people have to take some responsibility for how they use our roads, and so hearing from Councillor Kassar about some of the other cities that have gotten to zero, Councillor Kretsch and others talking about what they're seeing in other communities. We can do all the things we want and we need, and we will do them. But people have to slow down, and they have to pay attention, and they have to get off of their devices because those are behaviors that create all kinds of risk, and those are behaviors that we can't control, that only drivers themselves can control. And so I would just ask all of you to, and I will as well, reinforce that message whenever you get a chance, whenever you're in community meetings. And I'm asking the people of Hamilton straight up, and visitors to our city, please, 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 slow down. Pay attention. Get off your devices. Look at where your car is going before you take it there, and help us to get to Vision Zero here in our city. I know that that this has been tough for our city staff as well, and so I want to thank City Manager Clucky, and I want to thank General Manager Kennedy. And I'm going to ask, and this is breaking with tradition, but I'm going to ask your indulgence to allow our city manager to say just a few brief words, and then perhaps we can have a moment of silence in acknowledgement of the lives lost, if that's all right.
Most
through you.
appropriate, Mayor Horvath, and you still have 1 minute of speaking time after the city manager wishes to impart some information upon us. City manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Mayor. I'm speaking now on behalf of leadership and all city staff with very heavy hearts as we acknowledge the tragic loss of our colleague, a dedicated crossing guard who lost his life in a sudden and devastating way. We are deeply saddened by this loss, and our thoughts are with his family, his colleagues, and the school community he supported so faithfully. This tragedy has touched every part of our organization and our city. Many across the community are grieving. Everyone should go home after work. Our crossing guards are the friendly, familiar faces who stand in the heart of our neighborhoods every day. They are out there in all weather, several times a day, quietly keeping our children, parents, and caregivers safe. It's important work, and it represents the very best of public service. Our colleague was one of those people who made a difference. Showing up with kindness, reliability, and genuine care, his presence meant so much to the families he served, and his loss is felt deeply. Over the past several days, staff have shown compassion and unity. Crossing guards are part of our Planning and Economic Development Department within Parking Enforcement, and that's a team that takes immense pride in its role in supporting our neighborhoods and our schools. This team and those across the organization, including those in health, safety, and wellness, have stepped in to support one another, offering help in many ways. We are also ensuring that employees have the support, space, and care they need as they process what has happened. Moments like this remind us of what truly matters. And I am profoundly grateful for the compassion and the humanity that so many have shown. I had the privilege of speaking with his wife and daughter. In the midst of their unimaginable grief, his wife shared some stories filled with warmth, reminders of the love they shared and the life that they built together. So on behalf of all city staff, I want to extend our deepest condolences to his family, his friends, his fellow crossing guards, and the community that he served. We honor his memory, his service, and his commitment to keeping our children safe. Thank you for that indulgence.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Mayor Horvath.
Can I ask that we, through you, Chair, have the moment of silence?
For those of you that can, shall we all rise, please, for a moment of silence? Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Mayor Horvath, you had a minute left if you wish to wrap up, please.
I do. Thanks very much. I had a couple of things I wanted to just flag in terms of my activities. For example, the Firefighters Association Pensioners Banquet that took place the 86th, not that long ago. St. Gabriel School visit in Winona, which was a lot of fun just the other day. I want to also particularly talk about the Order of Hamilton, which there's 2 weeks left for people to send submissions for Order of Hamilton nominees. So I encourage people to do that. And I would end by saying that we had an amazing evening last night, and thank you to the members of council who participated in a community-wide effort, actually, to try to help the Coliseum's management team and operators to get any bugs out of their system. It was a community-wide effort, and they had folks arrived from all kinds of places and all kinds of walks of life and all kinds of I guess, backgrounds and all of the things. It was quite something to see as we were identifying what might need to have a little bit extra attention before the big grand opening on Friday with Sir Paul McCartney. And so thank you for that to all those who participated. It was an amazing evening. The buzz was fantastic. The place looks really, really wonderful. It's quite an improvement. And so we had a lot of work done by our city staff over some period of time. Of course, the economic development folks, the planning and economic development team overall, city manager Clucky. We had really a great amount of attention to this effort. Our chief corporate real estate officer, Kessler, and Josh Van Kampen, who's the senior development consultant who was on this project. There are so many people that were involved, but I just want to remind folks that this is the beginning of a lot of, there's been a lot of investment in our downtown and in our city overall. This investment's significant, obviously, but it's also spurring, as people can see, other investments as well. Initially, this was supposed to be a $50 million investment. The previous council made that decision, and I think it was the right one. And that investment is now $300 million, and it shows. It's not just a kind of an upgrade. It is a transformation of that facility, and it'll, as I've said before, it'll knock your socks off when you actually get a chance to see it or experience it. This would have been, for us, a long-term project over, I believe, 10 years, or no, it's actually longer. I think it's 30 years, $155 million. So if you think about that, $155 million of capital over 30 years, and again, I think that's the time frame. I can be corrected if I'm wrong, but it wouldn't hold a candle to where we are now. And somebody said to me last night, I've been to this facility a lot. She was an usher, actually, working, and she was a person who was, raised in Hamilton and had been there many, many times. And she said, I kind of used to feel like we were like kind of kids, like we were like kind of youngins when it comes to this kind of type of facility. Like it was great. My kids had a great time here. I had a great time here for all those years. But now I feel like we're adults in the space, and that this has really changed the game, if you will, in terms of putting Hamilton on the map. And those were her words and not mine. And so it's always important to listen to what people are saying to get a sense of the success of something. And I want to just say, I'm really proud of all of the work that everybody has put in, including my former city manager, Chief of Staff, Kara McLean, who worked very hard as well, and my own team, Uzma Qureshi, and our great team at the Mayor's office. It takes all of us to achieve these great things for our city and for our residents, and I think this is one of them. So it's important to mark it. Thanks, Councillor Jackson.
Mayor Horvath, in light of the import of what you were sharing, I allowed a couple of extra minutes, and now the chair is back to you.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that. And we're on to Councillor Pauls. and then Councillor Tattison, following Councillor Pauls. Please go ahead, Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. I just had the honor last Friday, I said it in Public Works. I had the pleasure of joining the City of Hamilton Transportation Operation for a special event. They hosted a unique Girl Guide Roadway Safety Badge Certificate seminar and tour. They partnered with the province transportation ministry, so it was exciting to see these girls inspired by the work of the city and the province. I personally wanted to thank Transportation Division, Mike Field, Acting Director, Natasha Blumenfield, Community Outreach and Education Coordinator, and Jill Junkley, Manager. And I also want to thank Lisa Thompson from the Ministry of Transportation. Everyone gave these girl guys a fascinating educational Friday night, and they will always remember us a lifetime. So it was a pleasure for me to join them. It was a great evening. The next one that I want to say is very important to not only me, I think to everyone here and staff. It's a conversation about addiction and resilience with Tom Wilson and Steve Paikin. It's going to happen at 62 King Street East, Tuesday, December 9th from 6 to 9 p.m. And this is joined by Wayside House of Hamilton and the panel of leaders for in-depth conversation and overcoming addiction, strengthening, and resilience. A conversation about addiction and resilience with Steve Paikin and Tom Wilson. This is an in-person event held at the newly renovated King John building in Gore Park. It offers an intimate setting for thoughtful dialogue. Steve Paikin would lead a candid interview with Tom Wilson where he will share his perspective on the realities of addiction, the challenges individual and families face, and the pathway toward recovery and renewed strength. They will be joined by Regan Anderson, CEO of Wayside House of Hamilton, Jennifer Holmes Weaver, CEO of Addiction and Mental Health Ontario, and Dr. Laurie Rengerstriff, physician specializing in addiction and medicine. And as I was looking at my phone, I see Reagan is so excited that Councilor Maureen Wilson and Terry Cook will be attending, but he wanted me specifically ask all the councilor, the mayor, the staff, if you have an opportunity to please come, because it's so important for all of us. So thank you, and Regan would love to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Next, we have Councillor Tattison, and then Councillor Clark, then Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Mayor. 'Tis the season, Bimbrook Santa Claus Parade, back on again this year. The route starts on Bimbrook Road, goes down Highway 56, closes up at the Bimbrook Fairgrounds. That's going to happen December 13th at 2 p.m. We also have, this coming Saturday, a Liberty for Youth event, Running for Their Lives. It'll be happening at O'Neill's Farm Equipment, Saturday at 9. 20 Place over on 20 Road has a Christmas bazaar this Saturday from 9 to 1 p.m. Last night, I too attended the Earth, Wind, and Fire concert at TD Coliseum. Had a great moment with Councillor Matt Francis during a nice slow song from them. We really were touched. And for the first time, I just want to say this, for the first time in a few years, as I looked out and took in the music from the stands at this arena, what I felt, and I'm going to steal something from Councillor Cassar here, was joy. I saw joy and excitement and a buzz in the air. It was amazing. My family that came in from Toronto loved the experience and are already making plans to return to Hamilton to take in more events at TD Coliseum. I just want to thank HUPEG. I want to thank the Oakview Group for making this happen. I want to thank Council. It was such a great event. One last thing, on a more somber note. When trying to prevent tragedies, from where I come from, education for road safety is everyone's responsibility. It's a government's, police, schools, parents, adults, children, drivers, truckers, cyclists, rollerbladers, ball hockey players, anyone who's on the road. It's we all own some responsibility. I see, as Mayor said, I see teenagers and adults. Just the other day, I came up to an intersection and a kid was walking across the road, fully engaged in their phone, not looking up, just moving across the road, not totally oblivious to any traffic trying to make a right-hand turn or whatever you have. It just goes to say that, you know, there are issues out there that we need to deal with, and education is the way to do that. As a principal, I saw countless kids run across crosswalks. I saw countless kids run past crossing guards or darting out between cars during, you know, times of entry or exiting from the school. You know, as a principal, I would always scold my kids in a caring way. I told them I had to tell them the importance of them being responsible for their safety. I told every one of my students that they're responsible. They need to focus. They need to pay attention, because when it's you versus a car, the car always wins. It matters not who is at fault when you're hurt and laying on the ground trying to heal. So thank you to Mayor. Thank you to all the councillors for their comments in dealing with the earlier motion today. They are heartfelt from me, coming from a background of education where every day for 30 years, I worried about kids' safety. So I just want to thank you, Mayor, for taking those steps, and any way that we can move, you know, and coordinating efforts with schools would totally be appreciated as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tedison. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Included in the new provincial omnibus Bill 60 is a new round of amalgamations. 36 conservation authorities will be amalgamated into 6, thereby eliminating local autonomy of our conservation authorities. The bill will require the existing conservation authorities to transfer all assets to the new regional entity, all lands, all reserves, all buildings. While the minister has publicly promised there will be no job losses, he opined under questions from the media that any displaced CAOs can accept a lower position in the new regional entity, which legally, as you know, Mayor, is constructive dismissal, which is a job loss. The new regional CA will not need 4 CAOs, COs, or Treasury Secretaries. It will not be more efficient, as all applications before all of the existing conservation authorities will now have to come to the new regional authority to be processed. Personally, I'm truly concerned about the potential loss of conservation area lands, many of which were donated by residents. Costs in the new system will go up because the workload for management employees will go up. It will not save money. The government's stated desire could be easily accomplished by a regulation to standardize, prescribe process, digitizing, and create a provincial CAO portal for all permit applications, whereby they would require all conservation authorities to use this new digital platform. They do not need to amalgamate the conservation authorities. The board of the Hamilton Conservation Authority will be holding a special board meeting on November the 25th to deliberate on the impacts of this legislation, to seek legal advice and deliberate on our response. If you are a supporter of the environment, local conservation authorities, then it's time for you to speak up, to email, to respond to the ERO, and to call your local MPPs. Thank you.
ERO, Environmental Registry of Ontario, which you can get to online. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Francis, please go ahead. And then, sorry, Councillor Beattie and Councillor Cooper, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. I just want to briefly say how impressed I was last night at our beautiful new TD Coliseum. I had a great time exploring the new digs, seeing so many familiar faces and their excitement to be back downtown. And a touching moment during a slow song with Councillor Tedison. I can confirm that's actually a true story. I explored every corner of this place last night, and it was truly a pleasure, and one surprise after another, and truly on par with world-class venues that are out there. And I want to give kudos as well to the previous term of council starting this project, working with stakeholders who care deeply like our city, or for our city, like the Mercanti family, Jasper Kujawski. A special thank you to former Mayor Eisenberger, Councillor Farr, Councillor Marula for all their hard work, perseverance, and vision in seeing what this venue could be and tapping into that potential, the major events that this is going to attract, putting Hamilton on the map, and of course, the enormous cost savings to taxpayers. So I want to thank everyone involved, including the coordination with many city staff that worked tirelessly to assist in finishing this on time, and this council for pushing for that objective as well. This is truly a world-class venue. We should be proud of this significant improvement, and I'm confident that this venue is going to play a role in getting our downtown one step closer to that renaissance that we saw at one time. And I could speak from the perspective of Ward 5, and many of us are dying to come back downtown, and this is just one step of many needed to bring those people back, and I look forward to building on that progress. So thank you to everyone involved.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. We're on to Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Following through on an earlier commitment that I made to my community for a Maiden Stony Creek approach to affordable housing. We are hosting our first ever housing fair this coming Thursday. It's going to be 6:30 p.m. at Old Stony Creek City Hall. We've been working in collaboration with Housing Services staff and Housing Secretariat Justin Lewis and his team. The Housing Secretariat, of course, will be there. And this is what I would characterize as a long overdue conversation with the community to understand and explore and discuss the dire need for better housing options in Stony Creek, Fruitland, Winona that will allow our youngest and oldest community members, and really everyone who wants to stay in the community that they love, to do that, which is currently not an option for everyone. So hoping that everybody can make it out there on Thursday. And of course, my huge thanks to Housing Secretariat staff, Housing Services staff for assisting with bringing this conversation to our neck of the woods. It's something that's never been done before, and I look forward to this being an ongoing conversation. On Saturday, I'll be attending the sod turning to kick off the construction of the Croatian National Home on Barton Street in Fruitland. It's been a 10-year journey for this organization. I'll pause momentarily while we look at our Amber Alerts, apparently. It is a test.
Thanks. Yep, it's an emergency test. Maybe we just pause for a moment.
Sure. As I was saying, the 10-year journey that the Croatian National Home has undergone to replace the location that they closed about 10 years ago or more in Hamilton, and moved with hopes of moving it to a new state-of-the-art facility in the Fruitland community. My thanks to our planning division for helping to overcome some last-minute hurdles, particularly General Manager Prasad. This new facility is not only going to support the Croatian community in Stony Creek and Hamilton, but the broader community beyond that, and very much looking forward to that being done. Lastly, Mayor, also on November 22nd, this coming Saturday, is the annual firefighter food drive in Winona and Fruitland. This is a long-standing tradition in the community, which raises badly needed food for our Stony Creek Community Food Bank. And a couple of notes on that. The porch pickup will be taking place in the Lake Point and 50 Point West community, as it has always done. So if residents are seeing fire trucks driving slowly with their sirens and lights on through the community, do not panic. Instead, go to your kitchen and pull out some canned goods and non-perishables to bring out for porch pickup. There's also opportunities, Mayor, for pickups at the Winona Crossing Metro, where First Winona Scouts will be on hand between 9 and 2 to collect donations there. And of course, thanks to the ongoing support from Metro Winona Crossing of our Stony Creek Community Food Bank. And lastly, Mayor, members of the community can attend to our 2 volunteer fire stations in Fruitland and Winona at Arvin Avenue and Barton Street between those same hours of 9 and 2 if they want to make off a donation directly at those locations. And with that, looking forward to seeing everybody this weekend. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Cooper, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just talk about TD Coliseum for a little bit, and Councillor Francis really hit on this, so I won't repeat what he said, but to PG Mercanti and team, absolutely exceptional. There's a lot of lessons we can learn here. I really believe in the power of partnerships, and this is a great model for us as we start to look around some of the challenges we have structurally and fiscally in the city of Hamilton, and the fact that $155 million in potential spending was averted, and we've had this powerful new direction for this city asset has just completely exceptional. And I think there's a lot of lessons we can learn there and apply to other assets across the city and how we might be able to utilize them. I also want to talk about the sense of community that we're experiencing over the last month. I think of the Marathon to Hope. I was able to attend with Councillor Pauls. 5,000 people came out, 130,000 raised. Truly an exceptional, it's really a tradition in Hamilton. I would also like to acknowledge Sam Minetti. He did a great job with the soup. I know people have said to me they came out for his soup. So that's becoming an institution as well. Sam, great job. I also want to recognize Leona 183 Scholarship Awards. I mean, Joseph Mancinelli and the team at Leona just do an exceptional job of really training people around the skilled trades, but also empowering the transformation that people can have through an education. So that was a tremendous event and a lot of really talented people going on to the next level of education. Also want to recognize Gowling's 30th anniversary. I mean, these Lou Forte and the team really believed in Hamilton. They've put down roots in Hamilton, and they've done a lot of great things for Hamilton. So his 30th anniversary is just a culmination of a lot of great work, a lot of great vision, and so I want to recognize that as well. When it comes to the holiday season, Christmas is here. I mean, we know Christmas is here because we had the Santa Claus parade on the weekend, and it was just absolutely fabulous on the mountain. See 10,000 people come out, and even in the rain, there was such an exceptional spirit. Also with the tree lighting at Lime Ridge Mall, it's another great community event where we've seen thousands of people come out for the tree lighting. I was able to join Councillor Pauls and the mayor there as well. And I also want to thank Councillor Jackson for the great work he did in coordinating the Santa Claus Parade and getting our involvement. Does a great job every year in that, and so I think that was tremendous. It's also bazaar season, and I know Councillor Taddison talked about this as well. I want to acknowledge St. Peter and Paul Parish for the great bazaar they put on this season, and it was just exceptional. We see the volunteers come together in the community, Knights of Columbus, etc. It's just a great group. Also, an Annunciation of Our Lord Parish, Father Paul, just doing a tremendous job. I think we're going to have some exciting news there about a mortgage burning later in the year, but it's just exceptional what's happening, and it really sets a great tone for our holiday season. I know it's been a tough year for Hamiltonians, and so I think this is really going to be a real opportunity to bring community together, and it's started off in a great way. So I just want to acknowledge that, and thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to bring this to everyone's attention.
Thanks, Councillor Cooper. Just quickly, the local 837 scholarship awards were great. It was great to see so many councillors out. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Councillor Cooper, thank you for your kind words. Just remember, though, Special Assistant Minetti works for Wards 6 and 14. You and Councillor Pauls asked permission if you need him on the weekend. Thank you. I have 4 public service announcements, Mayor Horvath. Tomorrow night, November the 20th at 6:30 p.m. at Lisgar Elementary School, I'm having my community version of the meeting of proposed changes. I underlined the word proposed changes to Lime Ridge Road from Upper Gage all the way over to Mountain Brow Boulevard. I want to acknowledge Project Manager Evan Knopper is going to be there, Special Project Manager Danny Pimentel, and my Special Assistant Sam Minetti for all the work and preparation he's done for the meeting to organize it with staff. I'm looking for a good turnout, and again, this is about proposed changes potentially to parking along Lime Ridge, potentially about enhancing the cycling pathway, again from Upper Gage to Mountain Brow Boulevard. As you know, Mayor Horvath, the rail trail that runs through Mohawk Sports Park, when I first got on council in 1989, my first full year, that was the first conversion of a CN or CP rail track to a walking pedestrian trail, and that was through the heart of Mohawk Sports Park. And of course, we've had many conversions to rail trails throughout the city since then. So anyways, this is about proposed changes. Secondly, The United Filipino Seniors Canadian Association of Hamilton, President Ruby Amog, always puts on a great dinner dance, an annual one. It's this Saturday, November 22nd, 6 p.m. at the Macedonian Hall. I've bought tickets. I've also a supporter through a gift bag and raffle prize. And so I'm looking forward to that for the seniors, Canadian Seniors Association of Filipinos, Saturday, November 22nd at the Macedonian Hall on Stone Church. Thirdly, the Women Abuse Prevention Month. Mayor Horwath is underway, and boys, that's so timely in light of the wonderful training session we had yesterday that you organized with the various agencies and women's supports groups in our city. This coming Monday, November 24th, from 1 to 4 p.m. at our Waterfront Event and Conference Center. That's right at the end of Bay Street. That used to be a restaurant. That wonderful federal building that was converted and eventually conveyed to the city of Hamilton 20 years ago. So I'm looking forward to the Women Abuse Prevention Month, Monday, November 24th, 1 to 4 p.m. Want to thank WAG and Sasha for being the organizers, and whatever further support we can give them is most important and timely. And lastly, Mayor, my office always celebrates 80th, 90th, and 100th birthdays of our seniors. I just find them so inspirational to be at those events. Well, I've got a 100th birthday, God's willing, on Sunday, November 30th, from noon to 3 at the Swansea Apartment Building. 100th for Elsie Moreton, Moreton. And I'm going to be there, and it's going to be a splendid time, family and friends. And she's been a resident at the Swansea at 801 Upper Gage for years. And congratulations in advance, God's willing, Elsie, for your 100th birthday on November 30th. Thanks, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Kassar, please.
Just a quick comment to follow up on Councillor Beatty's comment around the announcement of the Croatian community, Puno Fala. And if you're going to an event, all you need to say is Yasam Gladden, and you'll get fed great food. So some tips for you there. Just means I'm hungry. It's not bad words. A couple quick things. December 4th is the Ancaster Village Christmas tree lighting in front of Old Town Hall in Ancaster. It's coming up very soon. I'll be there. Hope to see you there. And also the Linden Santa Claus Parade, December 13th, 6:30 p.m., starting at Lions Club Park. And just to call out also to Ancaster Community Service and Flamborough Connects, who help out much of the community through this holiday season. It is a festive, happy time for many, but not for all, and their work is very, very important. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kassar. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list. Councillor McMeekin, please go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. You know, there's a lot going on in our great city, for sure. I lament not being able to get out to the event that obviously was inspirational for many last night. I had a BIA meeting in Waterdown, which wasn't probably as exciting as the evening otherwise. I just want to flag a couple of things. As one who grew up and was tremendously mentored by and through the YMCA, I'm really pleased to see the YMCA getting federal dollars partnership together. When I had the privilege of being the mayor of Flamborough, we couldn't afford a rec center, so we developed a partnership to build the Y there. And it's expanded twice. So, you know, these partnerships really can be a benefit to the community. I'm very thankful, Mayor, for your leadership on the safety issue. You know, I wish there was some way we could legislate common sense. You know, it is not as common as it needs to be. And Brad Clark's, Councillor Clark's reference to conservation that really touched me. Brad, I will intervene on the ERO. I'm very concerned about watersheds and endangered species as well, which I know virtually all of the conservation authorities are also concerned about. So to limit their effectiveness is, or threaten their ability to take care of those things is rather tragic. You're welcome. I'm just, I'm an old timer, Your Worship, you know that. When my three girls were growing up, there was Elmer the safety elephant around. You remember, anybody here remember Elmer the safety elephant? all three of my girls learned how to ride their bikes. They learned the signals, the turns. Dad had to put lights on their bikes because the police said those were really important, and you could stay in your lane and the affirmation, the kind of thing that Esther's so good at with our athletes, with our young daughters, to get those little bicycle badges, and the affirmation about driving, beware, you can be dead right, you can be dead wrong, always be cautious, is something that I'd love to see return. So, Esther, I think that was a police program. Maybe you could raise that with the chief. Where's Elmer? Before anyone else is arrested for drunk driving. No, that's bad. The other thing I want to just mention, notwithstanding the fact I didn't get out to the event last night, Bocelli is my spouse's favorite singer. We have tickets. Fortunately, we got them early while they were still reasonably priced. I noticed today that McCarthy tickets are a hot item right now, but very expensive. Fortunately, I saw him the last time he was here, and so we're okay there. But lots going on, lots to be thankful for, and we are blessed with both challenges and opportunities. And I think everyone around this horseshoe is working to try as best we can together to make our place the best place indeed to raise a child, an Asian place. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. I see no other speakers on the list. So once again, it is 1:09. And I would just ask, do people want a 15, 20-minute break? Do you want to go straight into closed? Straight into closed? Okay, we're going to go straight into closed. So what we'll need to do is have a motion in that regard. And so let me just make sure that I have the right thing in front of me in terms of the, so as not to repeat some of the incidents of earlier on in the meeting. Oh, look at, thank you, Clerk Trenum, appreciate that.
Yep, we're ready. So page 17 of the roadmap.
Yes.
We can deal with the closed session minutes for council first. Both of those are fine. Presuming there's no interest in going in on 12.2, we can do that, and then we can go from there. And I'll put the other reason for closed from planning up on the screen for everybody to see.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Clerk Trenum. And so then item 12 is private and confidential. So 12.1 is closed session minutes from October 29th, 2025. 12.6 is closed session minutes for November 18th, 2025. And then unless you wish to put this into the closed session, I could entertain a motion to adopt the closed session minutes of the October 29th, 2025 and November 18th, 2025 meetings as presented. Show of hands, please. If that's okay. Okay. Oh, mover and seconder, Councillor Wang, Councillor Clark. So then show of hands, please. Thank you so much. We'll go then to the question around whether you want to move into closed session to discuss item 12.2, appointments to the Board of Health. If there's no reason to do that, then we'll go forward with that motion as well. We're okay to go forward with that motion? Okay, so then can I have a motion from Councillor Cassar to do exactly that?
Of course, Mayor, it's moved by me, seconded by former Vice Chair of the Selection Committee, Councillor Mark Tattison, in the absence of the current Vice Chair. Appointment to the Board of Health, that the following individual be appointed to the Board of Health for the remainder of the 2022 to 2026 council term commencing November 19th, 2025, and until a successor is confirmed, and that individual is Rami Safi.
Congratulations. Congratulations, and thank you for the hard work on the committee. Now we're on to the
We just have to vote on it.
voting on the acceptance of that appointment. So all those in, does that need to be electronic? Electronic vote, please. That carries 11 to 0. Thanks very much. Now we're into the motion on moving into closed. May I please have a motion to move into closed session to consider item 12.4 respecting CM 25013 cyber resilience update pursuant to section 9.3 subsection A of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended and section 239.2 subsection A of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to security of the property of the city or a local board.
And then on the screen, we have the second. This is with regards to item 12.3, or minute item 12.3 of the Planning Committee minutes, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 286 Lewis Road for the official plan amendment application, UOPA 24007, zoning bylaw amendment application, ZAC 24022, and the draft plan subdivision application 25T 202402. Reason on the screen.
Thanks very much, Clerk Trenum. So do we have a motion for these two reasons, for these various reasons? Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Wang. And let's go to the electronic vote, please. And that carries 11 to 0. Thank you very much, all. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members rejoin the meeting. Council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. You- Okay, thanks very much. Members of council, we're now back in open session. So please ensure you're back on the open portal of eScribe, and we'll wait up to 5 minutes for the public and the media to rejoin in the meeting. But it looks like we may have achieved that already. And so welcome back. And I will now look for the specific wording of the first item that we went into camera on in terms of the path forward, just so that everybody's clear and it can be seen by the public on the screen.
Okay, I'll just advise everybody what we are doing. So when we were in the planning session, we deferred consideration of Planning Committee Minute Item 12.3 regarding LS 25018, as well as the closed session minutes to after closed session. So after going in on those items, there was an amendment to the direction. So what staff are doing, or what council is doing, is adopting the minutes of the closed session minutes from the Planning Committee, as well as 12.3, which is as you see it on the screen here, except A will now read that the directions provided to staff in closed session respecting report LS 25018 as amended be approved.
Thanks very much, and that's clear for everyone. So we'll then go immediately to the vote, which I believe is, oh, I'm sorry, we need a mover and a seconder. So that is moved by Councillor Beattie and seconded by Councillor McMeekin. And we will then go to that vote, please, and it's an electronic vote if I'm not mistaken. Votes up. And that carries 12 to 0. Thanks very much. We are now on the second item that we went into camera on. This is CM 25013, Cyber Resiliency Update. May I have a motion to receive and maintain the confidentiality of CM 25013, please? That's moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Wang. I don't think there's any discussion on this one, so can we just go straight to the vote, please? 13? Elsie?
13 to nothing.
Thank you. That carries 13 to 0. Very much appreciated. We are now on to the bylaws. So Councillor Jackson, may I have the motion on the bills, please?
Madam Mayor, you may. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 5 Councillor Matthew Daniel Francis,
Daniel, now we all know.
that bills number 25-205 to number 25-219 be passed, corporate seal be affixed thereto, that these bylaws be numbered, be signed by you, your worship, City Clerk Trenum, to read as follows. They're there at your pleasure. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Can we have the vote, please? It's equal to Daniel. And that carries 12 to 0. There being no further business, then the meeting is adjourned, and I thank you for your patience today, and thank you for your help, clerks and leadership team, obviously, as well as all the city staff that helped us get through today's meeting. Councillors, my appreciation.